Chapter 124. Elder Lu, you still remember me. Yang Ming was very happy that Lu Weishan recognized him. And I remember. I went to Tengchong for a private matter. I didn't interact with many people, so I remember you. Lu Weishan smiled. Young man, why did you come to Songjiang? Hehe, I am originally from Songjiang. I just finished the college entrance exam and was preparing to apply for Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming smiled. You are the one who rented the house. Lu Weishan asked. Yes, me and my girlfriend. Yang Ming pointed at Lan Ling and said, Good, not bad. This little girl looks quite lively. Lu Weishan praised. Let's go. Let's into my house first. I will get the keys. I say, are you still renting this house? The middle-aged woman was unhappy that Yang Ming knew the owner of the house. She guessed that this business couldn't be done anymore. Thank you. I know him, so I won't trouble you. Lu Weishan said apologetically to the middle-aged woman. Then I will say this first. I won't return the 50 yuan deposit that you paid just now. The middle-aged woman didn't want to lose out. Yang Ming knew that it was reasonable for him to know Lu Weishan, but it wasn't fair for the middle-aged woman. Therefore, he didn't argue with her. He nodded and said, Okay, I won't return it. You have been busy for half a day. After the middle-aged woman heard this, she left with satisfaction. It would cost 1 yuan to take the bus back from here. Elder Lu is a professor at Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming heard about this from the middle-aged woman. Yes, I'm a professor here, Lu Weishan said. Are you going to Tengchong for a holiday? Not really. My friend, Zhang Bin, is him. Yang Ming pointed at Zhang Bin and said, His father is in the jewelry business. He went to Tengchong to gamble on jade. I followed him to join in the fun. Hehe, so that's the case, Lu Weishan said. I thought you wanted to do this business. To tell you the truth, I was planning to do the same. Yang Ming didn't hide it. If he could get Lu Weishan's support, he believed that his business could be built up quickly. I'm preparing to go to school while earning some tuition fees. Not bad. This is a good idea. Lu Weishan nodded. I have done some research on jades. If you have any questions, you can find me. They followed Lu Weishan to his residence. Lu Weishan invited them into the house and instructed his wife to make tea. Yang Ming carefully sized up Lu Weishan's residence. The house was about 150 square meters, and the decorations were exquisite. It had an antique feel to it. Which major are you going to apply for? Lu Weishan took a sip of tea and started a chat. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to discuss it with my family, Yang Ming replied. And I teach history. For my profession, you can do it if you want to be an academic, but it won't be easy for you to find a job. Lu Weishan said, It's right to research with your parents. How about you, young man? Lu Weishan asked Zhang Bin. I'm preparing to study business administration. My family does business. After I graduate, I can help my family. Zhang Bin didn't have a good choice. Zhang Jiefeng had already decided for him. In Songjiang Industry University's business administration major isn't bad. Lu Weishan nodded. Let's go. Let's take a look at the house. Lu Weishan took the key and brought Yang Ming downstairs to the opposite unit. It's so close. Yang Ming was a little surprised. An opposite unit sigh. Lu Weishan couldn't help but sigh. This made Yang Ming a little confused. When they reached the third floor, Elder Lu opened the door on the left. What surprised Yang Ming was that the interior decoration was very exquisite. Although the style was a little old, the furniture was very new. It seemed like no one had lived here before. It's so new. This house hasn't been lived here before? Yang Ming was a little curious. Sigh, this house was prepared for my son's wedding, but Lu Weishan said until here and shook his head, Forget it. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Yang Ming naturally didn't understand what Elder Lu meant. Prepared for his son's wedding? What about his son? Could it be that there was a better house than this? However, Yang Ming saw that Elder Lu wasn't willing to talk about it, so he didn't ask further. There's a stove, a water heater, and furniture. Lu Weishan introduced. Because this is a schoolhouse, there's no property management fee and heating fee. You have to pay for the water, electricity, and gas by yourself. If you want to go online, you can apply for the school's broadband. It's 80 yuan a month. This place is not bad. I'm very satisfied. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Elder Lu, shall we sign the contract? Lu Weishan smiled and waved his hand. Why sign a contract? Forget it. You can stay here first. Just treat it as helping me take care of this house. Otherwise, I would have to hire a worker to clean it regularly. Elder Lu, do you mean that you don't want to pay the rent? Yang Ming was stunned. How can that be? Just give me a copy of your ID card. I'll get a community pass for you. Lu Weishan said, forget about the money. Do you think I'm someone who cares about 800 yuan? Renting out the house is just to find a reliable person to take care of it for me. Yang Ming was a little confused. He had only met Elder Lu once. How could he let him stay in the house for free today? You don't have to think too much. I don't mean anything else. Lu Weishan saw Yang Ming's hesitation and immediately understood his thoughts. I just want to find a reliable person to not let this house become dilapidated. But let's say the ugly words first. If you mess up the house, I will kick you out. This is the benefit of not signing a contract. I can exercise my rights as the owner of the house at any time. Elder Lu, don't worry. I guarantee that the house won't change its original appearance. Yang Ming was relieved after hearing and nodded. Lu Weishan was a very famous person. He shouldn't have other intentions towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked around the house. The more they looked, the more satisfied they felt. This was just like a newly decorated house. There was a television, a washing machine, an air conditioner, a refrigerator, and other household appliances. While feeling satisfied, Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Why didn't Lu Weishan's son live here? In the bedroom, a big wedding photo attracted Yang Ming's attention. A young man who looked similar to Lu Weishan was hugging a girl who wasn't very beautiful but was very virtuous. Both of them were smiling very sweetly. Yang Ming guessed that this could be Lu Weishan's son and daughter-in-law. But Yang Ming was even more puzzled. If the wedding photo was hung here, why didn't they live here? While he was thinking, Lu Weishan and Zhang Bin walked in. Lu Weishan saw Yang Ming looking at the photo on the wall and sighed. Take down the photo. Don't hang it up. I don't know if they will come back. Yang Ming didn't reply because Lu Weishan was vague. Yang Ming didn't really understand. He just said, okay, I will take it down later and keep it well. Okay, I'm not feeling very well. I will go back first. I will leave the key to you. Come visit me when you are free. Lu Weishan's expression wasn't very good. The community pass will take 2 days to get done. In these 2 days, just tell the guard that you are looking for me. Okay, Elder Lu, are you okay? Yang Ming asked with concern. I am fine. I am old. Thinking about the past is a little sad. I will go first. Lu Weishan waved his hand and walked out of the house. After Lu Weishan left, Zhang Bin whispered, why is this Elder Lu so mysterious? Doesn't this house cost money? Yang Ming shook his head. Maybe it was like what he said. He didn't care about the rent. This is understandable. But Elder Lu's expression was a little weird today. And I think so too, especially when he talked about his son. Zhang Bin agreed. Could it be that Elder Lu and his son had a conflict or generation gap, so his son didn't live in front of him? Yang Ming guessed. It is also possible. Maybe he went abroad? Who knows? Zhang Bin said, I don't care. But you really earn a lot today. You didn't spend a single cent to rent such a good house. I am so envious. Damn, didn't I spend 50 yuan as a middleman? Yang Ming said, I despise you, but if you feel wronged, take the receipt from the middleman and ask her for the money. Zhang Bin said, forget it. She will scold me again. Yang Ming shook his head. Oh yeah, Lan Ling, what do you think of this place? Lan Ling, why aren't you talking? At this moment, Lan Ling was staring at the big picture on the wall in a daze. Lan Ling, what happened to you? Why are you in a daze? Yang Ming was a little confused. Chapter 125. I seem to have seen these two people before. Lan Ling frowned and said thoughtfully, You've seen them before? Yang Ming was a little stunned after listening. I think they look familiar, but I can't remember. Lan Ling shook her head and smiled faintly. She returned to her original cute expression. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Put the photos away. Yang Ming nodded. There were many people in the world who looked similar and felt familiar. There was no need to get to the bottom of it. Finding a chair, he and Zhang Bin took off the photos and put them in the cabinet. Lan Ling was a person who was obsessed with cleanliness. She first wiped the dust in the house, then carefully brushed the toilet and shower in the bathroom. Yang Ming had to go home at night. He couldn't stay here, so he told Lan Ling to be careful. If there was anything, they could contact each other via text. Because both of their cards were brought back from Yunnan, if they called here, there would be a high roaming fee. Out of the entrance of the community, Zhang Bin couldn't help but laugh. Yang Ming, is this considered keeping a mistress in a golden house? Damn, why? Are you envious? If you're envious, you can also find a girlfriend. I think Uncle Zhang Bin will buy you a house here, if he is happy. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin with contempt. This kid knows how to be hypocritical. Sure enough, when Zhang Bin heard this, he immediately said with a bitter face, "Forget it. You also know that I'm a person who doesn't have a fixed character. Which girl can be with me? I still like the one-night stand in the video. It's so exciting. Forget it. I don't like the woman I have slept with to sleep with someone else. I don't have such good psychological quality." Yang Ming was more traditional in this regard. Although Yang Ming also had a virgin complex, it wasn't that he couldn't accept a virgin. The most important thing was to be with her. This was what Yang Ming wanted. Right. Speaking of which, how do you want to deal with Chen Mingyin's problem? Zhang Bing thought of the key point of the problem. Don't tell me you want to have a foot in both camps. Don't mention it. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders. This is all because of you. You dragged me out to look for a prostitute. Now I found a wife. What's wrong with looking for a prostitute? There's so many people looking for a prostitute, but I don't see anyone bringing her home. Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with a smile that was not a smile. You're the first one I've seen. That's because you didn't realize that many of the boss's wives came from brothels. Yang Ming recalled the web novel he had read before. The point is, you're not the big boss. Zhang Bin shook his head. I don't know what you're thinking. Although this Lan Ling is cute, we don't know her background. You brought her back. Forget it. I won't say more. You decide for yourself. Why should I decide? You're the one who brought up the topic. Don't tell Chen Mingyin about this. I'll think about it again. Yang Ming said, Am I the kind of person who talks nonsense? Don't worry. I'll help you keep it a secret. Zhang Bin patted his chest. When he returned home, it was already 6 o'clock. Yang Ming's parents had gotten off work. They were very happy to see Yang Ming come back. Big Ming, you're tanned. Yang Dahai patted his son's shoulder. How was it? Did you have fun? It was fun. When I make money in the future, I'll bring both of you there. The scenery there's really good. Yang Ming smiled and put the luggage on the ground. Good, good. My son has grown up. With your words, I'm satisfied. Yang Dahai listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately smiled. And just as Big Ming starts working, we'll retire. It'll be our turn to enjoy life. Mother Yang was also very happy. Which parent didn't like to hear such words? Child's mother, you really want to ask for your son's salary. Yang Dahai gave Mother Yang a look. It's so difficult for college students to find a job now. Many of them are unemployed at home. Even if they find a job, the salary at the beginning of the internship is very low. I'm just saying, our son will have a girlfriend at that time. The cost will be even higher. How can we ask for our son's money? Mother Yang naturally understood the truth. We have to subsidize our son a little every month. That's of course. If you want to have a grandson as soon as possible, how can you not put in some money? Nowadays, which girl will be with you if you don't have money? Yang Dahai also nodded. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? I can make money in a few days. You don't have to work so hard. You can eat what you want to eat and wear what you want to wear. I think it won't be a problem to earn the tuition fee. Yang Ming thought about it and decided to simply tell his parents what he wanted to do. Of course, he couldn't tell them everything. After all, his special ability was too strange. He was afraid that it would scare his parents. You can make money in a few days? What's going on? Mother Yang asked curiously. Yang Dahai was also surprised. This is the case. I decided to work during the holidays. Work while studying. Yang Ming said. Work while studying? Work while studying? Mother Yang was stunned. Then she asked worriedly, Is that okay? What kind of work? I'm not sure. I often read in the newspaper that some black-hearted bosses deduct the wages of workers. Many people who worked for a few months didn't get a penny in the end. You can't be fooled. That's right, Big Ming. Don't be fooled by others. There are a lot of scammers in society now. Yang Dahai was also very worried. It is said that there are a lot of illegal businesses. You have to be careful. Damn, Mom, you don't have to worry. It's not as scary as you said. Yang Ming smiled and said, there are so many people who come out to work and they are fine. You are different from others. You don't have any social experience. You are still young. Yang Dahai immediately said, Dad, listen to me first. The place I'm going to work is Uncle Zhang's company, Zhangbin's father. Yang Ming explained, I have already told him that I will work there. Zhangbin's father's company? Isn't it in jewelry? What do you do there? Mother Yang was a bit puzzled. Do they want a male salesperson? Mom, Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Can your son only be a salesperson? Can't he do something with technical content? Technical content? You don't understand jewelry. What can you do? Mother Yang asked puzzledly. When I traveled to Yunnan this time, I found that I am more talented in jade. I will do this. Yang Ming said, even Uncle Zhang said that I have a good eye. Yang Ming's half-truth made Yang's father and Mother Yang feel relieved. After all, it was his classmate's company. There shouldn't be any messy things. That's fine. You study hard and work hard. Take how much money they give you. Don't be unsatisfied, Yang Dahai said. I know. Yang Ming could only think of this excuse for the time being. After all, he couldn't say that he used his special ability to make money. In the evening, after the family had dinner, Yang Ming opened the travel bag and took out the gifts he brought back from Yunnan. Dad, Mom, this is for you. It's good that you are back. You don't have to buy gifts. Although Mother Yang said so, the smile on her face was very bright. These are some of Yunnan's specialties and small handicrafts. They aren't worth much. You can take them as gifts. It's just a token of my heart. Yang Ming said, try the 2 packets of plastic-sealed rice noodles. The taste is good. Okay, I will try it with your dad tomorrow morning. Mother Yang smiled. In the evening, Yang Ming turned on the computer and opened QQ. He received several messages. Wild female teacher, are you there? Play Fight the Landlord with me. Wild female teacher, speak. Wild female teacher, not there? There were more than 10 messages from wild female teacher, and the content was similar. There were also a few messages left by I'm a big star. They were all meaningless words like are you there, and so on. Yang Ming closed them directly. What made Yang Ming excited was that Xiao Yin, which was Chun Mingyin's QQ, left him a message. Xiao Yin, Yang Ming, I am Ming Yin. I heard that you went to Yunnan to play. Remember to bring me a gift. After reading Chun Mingyin's message, Yang Ming didn't know if he should be happy or sad. Chun Mingyin called herself Mingyin in front of Yang Ming for the first time. What did this mean? It meant that Chun Mingyin didn't treat Yang Ming as an outsider. Moreover, Chun Mingyin didn't mention anything about the previous incident. In other words, Chun Mingyin might have gone back on her words. Moreover, the slightly playful, bring me a gift, was a completely coquettish tone. This made Yang Ming didn't know what to do. If it was a few days ago, Yang Ming might be ecstatic. But now that he had Lan Ling, everything was different. Although he still liked Chun Mingyin very much, he couldn't be with her anymore. Chapter 126. Yang Ming wanted to return the call to Chun Mingyin, but he couldn't. Although Yang Ming didn't take the previous misunderstanding seriously, a new problem arose. Let's not talk about the voodoo problem. Even if there was no voodoo, would Chun Mingyin accept Lan Ling? Would Lan Ling accept Chun Mingyin? Could it be that they were going to sleep together like what was described in web novels? It was fine to fantasize about it, but it wasn't feasible to do it. Girls these days were all extremely devious. Who would share a husband with another girl? The next morning, Yang Ming visited Fong Tian first and brought him some local specialties from Yunnan. Yang Ming felt that Fong Tian had no children and his wife betrayed him. He was very pitiful. Yang Ming had only been to Fong Tian's house once, but his memory was better, so he could still find it. After opening the door, Fong Tian saw Yang Ming and welcomed him in with enthusiasm. How come you have time to visit an old man like me today? Uncle Fong, I just came back from Yunnan. I brought you some local specialties. Yang Ming smiled and put the bag in his hand in the house. What are you bringing? An old man like me can't eat it. Fong Tian shook his head and smiled. You still thought of me. Thank you, young man. Uncle Fong, you don't have any children. I have nothing to do, so I came to visit you. Yang Ming's nature was not bad. On the contrary, he was a very kind-hearted person. When he went out to be a small punk, it was also because of Su Ya's matter that he gave up on himself. In the final analysis, he did not like that kind of life. Hee, that's great. You can come more often in the future. Fong Tian said, as for the things, don't buy any more. I still have some retirement money. You don't have any source of income. Okay, then I will come to visit you alone next time. Yang Ming didn't refuse. Although he was going to become a millionaire soon, it was just soon. He hadn't become one yet, right? Yang Ming, you... Fong Tian hesitated and said ambiguously, have you seen Bao Sanli? Fong Tian was hesitating because he didn't know Yang Ming very well. He just felt that his character was good, so he didn't say it in the end. Bao Sanli? Have they been released? Yang Ming was a little surprised. In the detention center, he had the best relationship with Bao Sanli. If he was released, he should really find him. Well, not long after you left, Bao Sanli went to court. Because both parties were responsible, Bao Sanli was only sentenced to compensate the other party a sum of money. There was no sentence. Although Fong Tian still looked dispirited, his thoughts were clear when he spoke. It was hard to imagine that he was the crazy old man in the detention center who sang in the middle of the night and was delirious. Hee, I really miss them. Yang Ming said with a smile. Right, Uncle Fong. Have your previous assets been returned to you? Previous assets. They're all confiscated. Fong Tian smiled indifferently. You have been acquitted. Shouldn't your previous assets be returned to you? You can apply for it. Yang Ming suggested. Return them to me? Forget it. It's my fault that I didn't know their true nature. I transferred the assets under my name to that woman's name. Fong Tian shook his head. Tell me, can they still return them to me? Yang Ming nodded after listening. You are right. Forget it. I won't think about it. Yeah, I won't think about it now. The country gave me a subsidy, which is enough for me to retire. Fong Tian smiled. At this time, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Zhang Bin calling. Yang Ming made an apologetic gesture to Fong Tian and picked up the phone. Hello, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming, where are you? Didn't you say that you will come to my house to find me today? The stones from Yunnan have arrived. Let's go to my dad's company together. Zhang Bin shouted on the other end of the phone. Okay, I got it. I'm at a friend's house now. I will be there in a while. Yang Ming remembered that they had made an appointment before they parted yesterday. Okay, I will wait for you. Hurry up. Zhang Bin hung up the phone. A friend is looking for you? Then you should go. Yang Ming's phone was very loud, so Fong Tian could clearly hear the content of Yang Ming's call. Hee, a good buddy. Yang Ming nodded. You went to Yunnan to gamble on stones? Fong Tian asked suddenly. And just for fun. Yang Ming nodded. You should be careful. Recently, someone is watching the stone gambling business. Forget it. You're just fooling around. No one will pay attention to you. Fong Tian said to himself. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Yang Ming immediately asked, Uncle Fong, what did you say? Someone is watching? What do you mean? Nothing. I heard that some people specialize in stealing jade. You don't have anything good in your hands. Don't worry. Fong Tian simply said a sentence. Obviously, he didn't want to say too much. However, Yang Ming had some doubts. Why did Fong Tian suddenly mention this to me? As a matter of fact, I just lost a piece of jade. Could it be that Fong Tian knows? This idea was immediately rejected by Yang Ming. Fong Tian was just released from prison and stayed at home all day. How could he know? Maybe it was mentioned in the news on TV. Yang Ming didn't continue to ask. He said goodbye to Fong Tian and went out. Fong Tian's house was basically in the suburbs, but Zhang Bin's house was in the city center. There was no direct bus here. Fortunately, there was a subway. Yang Ming bought a subway ticket for half a trip. He stood behind the safety line and waited for the subway. The subway was more punctual than the bus. It didn't take long for one to arrive. Yang Ming got on the subway. There were many people on the subway, but there were no seats. There were only a few people standing around. Yang Ming found a comfortable armrest and stood still. Soon, the subway arrived at the next station. Not far in front of Yang Ming, a person who looked like a student stood up and wanted to get off. After Yang Ming saw it, he immediately prepared to sit down. After all, it took more than half an hour to get to Zhang Bin's house. Although Yang Ming's body was great, who was willing to stand there stupidly? However, not far away, a girl carrying a thermos flask also saw that seat. She came to the side of the seat almost at the same time as Yang Ming. If it were a man or a delinquent girl, Yang Ming would unceremoniously push the person away and sit on the seat himself. Yang Ming wasn't a person who was overflowing with sympathy. The cruelty of society had made him far away from the era of 5 disciplines and 4 beauties. But now it was different. Now, standing opposite him was a very beautiful girl. A girl who looked very quiet. Her delicate cheeks had a bit of fatigue. This kind of girl was the easiest to make people feel pity for her. They couldn't help but want to pity her and love her. Yang Ming had a lot of excellent girls around him. Lan Ling's aura, Chun Mingyin's vigor, Zhao Ying's delicate aura could hardly be seen on this girl. On her, there was only helplessness in life, but not disappointment. Although she was tired, she showed her strength. "You sit." Yang Ming looked at the girl and said with a smile. "However, why is this girl so familiar? Have I seen her before?" But in Yang Ming's impression, there shouldn't be such an excellent beauty. Lin Jiyun saw the man in front of her. She was slightly stunned, and her face immediately blushed. "Why is it him? I actually met him again." Lin Jiyun was very nervous, but looking at Yang Ming's appearance, he didn't seem to recognize her. Lin Jiyun was slightly relieved, but she didn't know why, but there was a faint sense of loss in her heart. In fact, it was no wonder that Yang Ming didn't recognize her. That day, she wanted to sell herself to Yang Ming on the street. At that time, the light was relatively dim. Yang Ming didn't see very clearly. Besides, Yang Ming didn't connect the two of them together. "I will stand for a while. It's almost my stop," Lin Jiyun whispered. "You sit down. I'm exercising. Once I sit down, it won't be effective." As Yang Ming said, he deliberately bent his arm, revealing the muscles on his arm. Thank you." Lin Jiyun couldn't help but smile slightly. "The man in front of me is quite humorous." Seeing Lin Jiyun smile, Yang Ming was suddenly a little stunned. Originally, Lin Jiyun's delicate face had made Yang Ming a little moved, but he didn't expect her smile to be so beautiful. It really had the charm of a beauty smile. Ugh! At this moment, the subway stopped again. Yang Ming's posture was like a gymnastics coach. His hands didn't hold the handrail. The inertia of the subway made him directly fall forward. In front of Yang Ming, it was Lin Jiyun who had just sat down. Pump! With a sound, Yang Ming directly lay in Lin Jiyun's arms, and his head directly fell into her chest. Chapter 127. For a moment, Lin Jiyun was stunned. What is he going to do? Isn't this too sudden? Did he recognize me? However, Lin Jiyun understood the current situation in an instant. Yang Ming was sticking to her because of inertia. Although Lin Jiyun was a little shy when she thought of herself and him. So, she didn't yell. She just reminded him with an unnatural voice. Ugh. Yang Ming actually reacted a long time ago, but it was really cool to bury his head in the arms of a beauty. However, when he thought of the last time Chun Mingyin used her knee to hit his little brother, he immediately sobered up. He didn't dare to continue. He quickly stood up awkwardly. "Sorry, I didn't hold the handrail when the bus stopped." "It's okay." Lin Jiyun shook her head and said faintly. From her expression, Yang Ming couldn't see whether she was angry, so he didn't dare to talk again. He stood aside honestly. Lin Jiyun was a girl who didn't express her feelings. In fact, she didn't feel that Yang Ming's behavior was taking advantage of her. Of course, this was only for Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun didn't want Yang Ming to recognize her, so she simply lowered her head and pretended to be very shy. Yang Ming also knew that his behavior was too reckless, so he was embarrassed to say anything. But Yang Ming felt that the girl in front of him was familiar, and she was very familiar. I must have seen her before, but where is she? Yang Ming didn't have any impression of her. The vague face alternated in Yang Ming's mind, but he couldn't remember. Did I see her in a dream? Then, is she considered as a dream lover? Yang Ming was a little speechless. Finally, Yang Ming decided to ask the girl's name. Maybe he could remember something. You. Just as Yang Ming opened his mouth to say you, the girl stood up at the same time. I'm here. You sit down. Thank you. Lin Jiyun stood up with a thermos flask. Ah, that's fine. Yang Ming couldn't ask anymore and could only shake his head helplessly. This stop is the city hospital. When the Yang Ming Association saw the thermos flask in the girl's hand, he couldn't help but think, is her family member sick in the hospital? Was she here to deliver food to her family? Well, if that's the case, then she's really a filial girl. Yang Ming sighed. As he was about to sit down, a yellow-haired man quickly squeezed in. When he saw the seat in front of Yang Ming, he wanted to sit on it. There's still a seat here. Huang Mao was so eager to sit down that he squeezed Lin Jiyun. He quickly used his hand to protect the thermos flask. When Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun wasn't standing steadily, he quickly reached out to support her. Thank you. Lin Jiyun nodded. She got rid of Yang Ming's arm without a trace and got off the subway. Fuck this damn Huang Mao. Not only did he take my seat, but he also hit my dream girl. Do you want to die? Yang Ming was annoyed. He pointed at Huang Mao and scolded. You fucking stand up for me. Are you an idiot? Why should I stand up? Is your brain okay? Huang Mao had a mocking face. First, you took my seat. Second, you hit the girl, but you didn't even fart. Don't you know how to say sorry? Yang Ming stared at Huang Mao arrogantly. What does it have to do with you that I hit her? Why are you pretending? She already got off the train. You're a fucking hero. Huang Mao said sarcastically, but he didn't mean to get up. Yang Ming didn't talk nonsense with him anymore. He stepped forward, grabbed Huang Mao's t-shirt, pulled him up, and threw him aside. Then he sat down calmly. You. Huang Mao wanted to be angry, but he hesitated. He thought that the other person could lift him up with one hand. It wouldn't be good to fight with him. He had to stand aside and think about how to retaliate against Yang Ming. Yang Ming no longer cared about Huang Mao. He thought about the girl just now. Suddenly, Yang Ming was shocked. What happened to me? I have Lan Ling, and the problem with Chun Mingyin hasn't been solved yet. Why am I thinking about another girl? Yang Ming quickly dispelled his thoughts. He took out his mobile phone and played the built-in game. Huang Mao saw that Yang Ming was so leisurely and actually played a mobile game. He was angry. However, he obviously couldn't beat this burly man in front of him. He could only think of a way to trick him. Thinking about this, Huang Mao made up his mind. He took out the wallet in his pocket and shook it in his hand. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Huang Mao was usually a hooligan. He stole and got into fights. His hands and feet were very nimble. Taking advantage of the inertia of stopping the car, Huang Mao successfully stuffed the wallet into Yang Ming's coat pocket. Although Yang Ming was playing the gluttonous snake on his mobile phone, he was very clear about Huang Mao's little movements. Yang Ming had been a hooligan since he was young. He knew the psychology of this kind of person very well. He definitely wanted to take revenge, so Yang Ming had been paying attention to Huang Mao's movements. He also had a pretty good idea of what yellow hair was going to do. Yang Ming casually used his X-ray vision to look at the wallet in his pocket. Hey, this Huang Mao is really willing to spend a lot of money. There is a total of 2,348 yuan in the wallet and a Jalompo KTV voucher. You want to trick me? Let's see who is the unlucky one. Yang Ming was still very interested in getting a few thousand yuan for himself. Therefore, Yang Ming pretended not to notice and continued to play with the Nokia phone in his hand. He even deliberately played with it. After about a minute, Huang Mao began to act up. Where's my wallet? Why is my wallet gone? Huang Mao's shout immediately attracted the attention of all the subway passengers. Who stole my wallet? No, I have to call the police. Huang Mao shouted. Yang Ming acted like he didn't hear it. He was still playing with the mobile phone game, but the corner of his eyes was staring at Huang Mao, who was acting. He sneered in his heart. Huang Mao saw that Yang Ming didn't look at him, So he was even angrier. He had an idea. He pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, "I think you stole my wallet." "Yes, yes, it must be you." Yang Ming lazily raised his eyelids and looked at Huang Mao. "Are you an idiot?" After that, he continued to play with the mobile phone game. Huang Mao was angered by Yang Ming. He thought, "You are arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you are later. Then why is it that when I lost my wallet, others are watching, but you're lowering your head? You obviously have a guilty conscience. I don't want to argue with a retard. If you think so, I can't do anything." Yang Ming looked at Huang Mao and said faintly, "There are a lot of crazy people in this world. How can there be so much fun to watch?" "Oomph, I think it is you. Do you dare to let me search you?" Huang Mao pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, "Search? Did your head get kicked by a donkey? What right do you have to search others?" Yang Ming sneered, "If you don't do anything wrong, you are not afraid of ghosts. If you are innocent, let me search you," Huang Mao said unrelentingly. "Oh, according to what you said, you have to search everyone in this carriage?" Yang Ming asked. "This, you are the closest to me. Of course, I will search you first. If the wallet isn't on you, I will naturally search other people." Huang Mao was sure that the wallet was on Yang Ming, so he dared to speak confidently. However, the other passengers in the subway didn't know the inside story. When they heard that Huang Mao was going to search them, they were immediately unwilling. Originally, all the passengers were indifferent and didn't care about it. But now that it was related to their interests, some people didn't want to do it. "Call the police. Call the police. Yeah, let the police search us. What are you doing?" The other passengers complained. At this time, someone pressed the alarm bell in the subway. Huang Mao didn't stop it. Anyway, he had full confidence. It was better to alarm the police. Maybe they could arrest this guy, Yang Ming. Not long after, two subway police came to the carriage where Yang Ming and Huang Mao were. "What happened? Who pressed the alarm bell?" An older subway police asked. "It's like this." Huang Mao immediately said, "I lost my wallet. I suspect that the person next to me stole it." Huang Mao pointed at Yang Ming and said, "Oh." The older subway police was stunned. He was sitting. "How could he steal your wallet?" "It must be him. I'm sure. He was the only one who touched my body." So, Huang Mao repeated the conflict with Yang Ming. Anyway, it wasn't against the law to steal a seat on the train. At most, it was a little embarrassing. Sure enough, after the young subway policeman heard this, he looked at the blonde with some disdain. However, according to Huang Mao, Yang Ming was indeed very suspicious. Chapter 128. Is what he said true? The young subway policeman asked Yang Ming. "Yes, it's basically true, but I didn't steal his wallet," Yang Ming said faintly. "Then why did he insist that you stole it?" The young subway policeman asked. "How would I know? I'm not him. Maybe it's because he was dissatisfied with my behavior and wanted to frame me." Yang Ming shook his head and said slowly, "No, he stole my wallet. If you don't believe me, you can search him." Huang Mao shouted, "I'm sorry, sir. I want to check the items on your body. Please cooperate." The older subway policeman winked at the young subway policeman and then said to Yang Ming, "Okay, no problem. I'm also annoyed by him. Please clear my name as soon as possible." Yang Ming said, "If you don't find his wallet, please ask him to apologize to me." The older subway policeman was a little embarrassed. It wasn't a problem to ask them to apologize, but to ask Huang Mao to apologize, this wasn't something they could force. "No problem. If you didn't steal it, I will apologize," Huang Mao said in a hurry. "Really?" Yang Ming looked at Huang Mao. "Really? I can even call you grandfather." Huang Mao was excited and was a little smug. The young subway policeman frowned after listening, but other people were willing to be a grandson. What did it have to do with him? So he began to check Yang Ming's body. When he took out the wallet in Yang Ming's jacket pocket, Huang Mao pointed at the wallet and shouted, "This is my wallet. This is it. Police comrade, he is a thief. You have to catch him." "What's going on?" The young subway policeman looked at Yang Ming suspiciously and asked. He just looked at the young man's appearance. He was very calm. He didn't have the nervousness of other criminal suspects, so he almost didn't think that he stole Huang Mao's wallet. He didn't expect to find it. "This is my wallet. Just because he says it's his, it's his?" Yang Ming said with some amusement. Then can I just point at other people's things and say they are mine? What evidence do you have to prove that this wallet is yours? He asked Huang Mao. What's mine is mine. Why don't you ask him what evidence he has? Huang Mao asked deliberately. I'm asking you now. The wallet is with him. You said it's yours, so naturally, you have to prove it. The young subway policeman was a little unhappy. Oh, there's 2,348 yuan in there, and a voucher for the Zhalongpo KTV. Huang Mao said as if he was familiar with the items. This was something that he had decided beforehand. Originally, it was 2,500 yuan. Yesterday, he spent 150 yuan to buy a set of clothes. Just now, he spent 2 yuan on the subway, so he was left with 2,348 yuan. The voucher was given for free when he went to karaoke a few days ago. You said, what's in your wallet? The young subway policeman was stunned. He didn't expect Huang Mao to be able to say the amount and things in there. He felt that Huang Mao didn't seem to be lying. After all, this kind of thing was clear when it was opened. So, he began to suspect Yang Ming. So he asked the same question to Yang Ming. There's also 2,348 yuan in my wallet and a voucher for the Zhalongpo KTV. Yang Ming said faintly. You learned it from me. Huang Mao was furious. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, Comrade policeman, he said that because I said so. Don't believe him. The young subway policeman was stunned. He didn't know who to believe. The older subway policeman was more experienced. He waved his hand to the young subway policeman and said, Open the wallet first and look at the things inside. The young subway policeman nodded. He opened the wallet and counted the money inside. After a while, the counting result came out. It surprised him. There was really 2,348 yuan and a voucher for the Zhalongpo KTV. What should we do? The young subway policeman looked at the older subway policeman with some difficulty. Although you said so, you said it after him, so you still have a lot of suspicion. The older subway policeman said to Yang Ming, Why am I a suspect? The wallet was originally mine. You asked him first. Why am I a suspect? Yang Ming deliberately frowned as if he was very upset that he was wronged. But he was right about the things inside. The young subway policeman said, Maybe he saw me when I took the money? Oh yeah, when I bought the subway ticket at the door, I counted the money in the wallet. Maybe he remembered it? Yang Ming started to make up a story, but he wasn't afraid. He had the ability to lie for himself. What? Huang Mao was furious. Bullshit. You are a big liar. Don't be angry. The young subway policeman glared at Huang Mao and then said to Yang Ming, If this is the case, this matter is difficult. Both of you come with us to the subway station security room. We can slowly investigate there. Okay. Huang Mao hesitated and nodded. Anyway, the wallet was obviously his. He wasn't afraid of anything. But I still have something to do, Yang Ming said. The young subway policeman and the older subway policeman looked at each other. There is a way. Generally, a real thief wouldn't be willing to be taken back for interrogation. So they thought that Yang Ming was very suspicious. No, you have to figure out the truth of the matter. You have to go back with us. The older subway policeman said seriously. Oh yeah. Yang Ming suddenly said with a look of realization. I can prove that the wallet is mine. And the older subway policeman was stunned and asked, How do you prove it? There's a 10 yuan bill in the wallet. There are a few words written on it. It was given to me by the street vendor when I bought a drink. At that time, I wanted to exchange it with the vendor because there were words on the bill. But he said it was okay and that he could spend it. Yang Ming said, What? The young subway policeman took out the 10 yuan bill. Sure enough, there was a word written on it. So he asked, What is written on it? Tell me about it. You ask him if he knows about this matter? Yang Ming pointed at Huang Mao and said, Do you know? The older subway policeman asked Huang Mao. Of course I know. Huang Mao pretended to be smart and said, But I can't say it this time. If I say it, he will learn from me. Hey, that's good. How about we tell the two policemen the content on it in a whisper? Yang Ming smiled. Huang Mao hesitated. He didn't know that there were words on the money. But how did Yang Ming know? Is he scaring people? Okay, let's do it. The older subway policeman nodded and then pulled Yang Ming to the other side of the carriage. He asked, "Can you say it this time?" The words on it said, "Brother Taboo, I love you," because I thought it was too disgusting, so I remembered it more clearly. Yang Ming explained. The older subway policeman nodded and walked back. Huang Mao didn't know that there were words on the money at all. He stuttered for a long time, but he couldn't say why. He had no choice but to say that he couldn't remember if there were words. Who would study the words on the money for no reason? Although the words of the yellow-haired man were very reasonable under normal circumstances, now that Yang Ming had shown the words on the money, the two police officers immediately knew what was going on. Right? I also know the expiration date of the KTV voucher. Yang Ming pretended to think of something and said, "It says that it will expire on July 16th. The older subway policeman took out the voucher and looked at it. He didn't have any doubts anymore. He returned the wallet to Yang Ming and said, "Excuse me." Yang Ming smiled and took the wallet. He looked at Huang Mao with sympathy. "Grandson, call me Grandpa." At this moment, Huang Mao was completely stunned. How is this possible? It's impossible? Is that wallet really not mine? Am I having hallucinations? No, it's obviously mine. But how does he know something that I don't know? Yang Ming got off the train. Huang Mao was in trouble. He was taken to the police station of the subway station by the two policemen. Huang Mao, who calmed down, had to admit helplessly that he secretly remembered the amount of money in Yang Ming's wallet. Because Yang Ming took his seat, he hated him and wanted to ruin him. It wasn't a big deal. Huang Mao's attitude was good. He was let go after being criticized and educated. But Huang Mao couldn't figure out, isn't today's matter a bit too strange? However, when he saw Yang Ming for the second time, there were more strange things that happened. Of course, this is a story for another time. Chapter 129. Things in the world were often like this. Some people were happy and some were sad. Some people were happy and some were in pain. A lot of happiness was often based on other people's pain. At least Yang Ming and Huang Mao were now. Yang Ming's pocket suddenly had 2,000 yuan. Yang Ming felt that it was very interesting. Although he already had a powerful ability in his body, his recent income was all obtained by robbing others. The first time, he got a few thousand yuan from Ji Shueishan. The second time, he got a few hundred yuan from the gambling stall in front of the school. This time, it was this unlucky Huang Mao. Yang Ming didn't care much about this kind of money. So the first time, he easily gave it to a little girl who sold herself. He didn't even know who she was. The second time, he threw half of it to Li Dagong. This time, Yang Ming just casually put it in his pocket. Yang Ming wasn't a stingy person. People who did big things couldn't be stingy. Yang Ming was very consistent with this feature. When he arrived at Zhang Bin's house, Zhang Bin immediately complained, "Why are you so slow? It's only 10 minutes from your house. It's been more than 40 minutes. Even if you walked, it wouldn't be so slow. I went to a friend's house first. Didn't I tell you? Besides, I took the subway, not a taxi." Yang Ming said, "Damn, you're also a person with hundreds of thousands of yuan. You still take the subway. How can you be so stingy?" Zhang Bin said sarcastically. Stingy? Yang Ming never thought that he was stingy. Yang Ming never saved where he should spend money. Only when there was some unnecessary money, Yang Ming would save. This wasn't stingy. If he didn't save, then he was an idiot. First, I couldn't get a taxi from my friend's house. Second, even if I could get a taxi, it might not be faster than the subway. The last time my uncle drove me there, it took more than half an hour. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Third, where do I get hundreds of thousands of yuan? Your imperial jade. Zhang Bin was stunned. Then he remembered that the imperial jade was lost. He immediately felt embarrassed. Just ask my dad to compensate you. Besides, didn't you bet so many stones? There should be some valuable ones, right? After being reminded by Zhang Bin, Yang Ming remembered that he still had so many stones in Wang Jitao's company. These were all money. Without money, without his own power, how could he fight with Wang Jitao? When are we going to your dad's company? After being reminded, Yang Ming was eager to know how much his stones were worth. In the afternoon, there's no rush. Oh yeah, I met a female online friend. She promised me that she would perform an erotic video for me this afternoon. How about it? Let's watch it together later? Zhang Bin smiled lecherously. Yang Ming was an experienced person. Besides, he had a little vixen by his side. He didn't have much interest in erotic videos. However, men were animals that liked to hunt for novelties. So when Zhang Bin said that, Yang Ming's heart immediately itched. Erotic video, huh? It's not that satisfying. Since there's nothing, let's go watch it. Yang Ming put on a sanctimonious look. Don't pretend to be like this. We both know each other well. Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with disdain. Hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. That's right. When they were in high school, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin definitely talked about sex a lot. Zhang Bin's computer was newly equipped after the college entrance exam. Yang Ming looked at the 22-inch large LCD screen and was envious. When he looked at the configuration, he was even more envious. Core Q6600 quad-core CPU, 4G RAM, HD 4850 graphics card, 500G hard disk, and a set of Logitech's wireless mouse. Yang Ming was even more envious. It seems that after I get the money for the Jade Stone, I should buy a high-end computer. Oh yeah, I can put it at Lonling's place after I buy it. This way, Lonling won't be lonely and I can use it at night. Boss, I haven't opened QQ yet. Why are you drooling like a pig? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming, who was in a daze, and felt strange. Now, your computer is more attractive to me than the erotic video. Yang Ming pointed at Zhang Bin's computer and said, Didn't you just buy a laptop? Zhang Bin asked, Mine is enough for studying and surfing the net, but the configuration is much worse than yours. Yang Ming said enviously, You don't play games much. What's the use of having such a good configuration? Zhang Bin shook his head. Actually, all the computer hardware in the market can meet our daily needs for studying and living. You have to look at what you are doing. The requirements for 3D design may be higher. For example, surfing the net and chatting. No matter how fast your computer is, even if it has an 8-core CPU and 8GB RAM, it won't be faster. My previous computer was close to a 4-core, but it wasn't much slower than this. So, for our own use, if we don't play 3D online games, there's no need to buy a good configuration. That's true. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't have much research in this area. After listening to Zhang Bin's words, he felt that it was indeed the case. Even if Yang Ming played games, he would only play Counter-Strike. His computer configuration was enough. Zhang Bin turned on QQ. As soon as he went online, the messages kept coming in with DDD. When Zhang Bin opened it, there were as many as 70 to 80 messages. Yang Ming took a few glances and suddenly sweated. 90% of Zhang Bin's contacts on QQ were women. And what were these names? XX little slut, flirtatious sweetheart, erotic baby, big-breasted girl. Mature woman is a bit perverted. Zhang Bin replied to a few messages with ease and closed the rest of them. Then, he only kept a message named Charming Baby and started chatting with him. My little baby, Big Brother Bin is here. Zhang Bin's online name was Big Brother Bin. Big Brother Bin, you're late. Charming Baby began to flirt. Let's start. Let me see your... Zhang Bin tapped on the keyboard impatiently. Aya, why are you so anxious? Don't be anxious, Charming Baby said. How can I not be anxious? Big Brother Bin, I'm already burning with desire. Zhang Bin sent a video call invitation. That's not good. Although Charming Baby said so, she still accepted Zhang Bin's invitation. After a while, the connection was established. A girl's chest appeared on Zhang Bin's computer screen. Of course, it was wearing clothes. Hurry up, Big Brother can't take it anymore. Zhang Bin urged. Charming Baby didn't type this time. She said directly into the microphone. Why don't you turn on the video call? My camera is broken. I'm going to buy another one tomorrow. Zhang Bin typed. That's not fair. Let me see your XX. Charming Baby said without blushing. Yang Ming heard it and felt a chill. This Charming Baby is too strong. She can even say something like that. It made Yang Ming, a big man, blush for her. Zhang Bin was probably used to it. He typed directly. Didn't you see it last time? How about this? I'll definitely show you tomorrow. You showed it to her? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin in disbelief. No, I just gave her a picture of foreign dick yesterday. Zhang Bin laughed. Then what are you going to do tomorrow? Yang Ming asked. Tomorrow? If she wants to see it, I'll ask her out. If she doesn't want to come out, I'll just blacklist her. Zhang Bin said indifferently. I don't have a habit of exposing myself online. Fuck, you are such a wretched guy. Yang Ming raised his middle finger. Wretched? If you're not wretched, then don't look at it. Zhang Bin snorted. Apparently, he was dismissive of Yang Ming's words. Then it's a promise. Tomorrow is a must. As Charming Baby said this, she began to take off her top, followed by her skirt. However, her bra and underwear were taken off after a long time. Nude chat was relatively popular on the internet today. To be honest, this kind of thing was still relatively harmful to teenagers. However, from a legal point of view, it was difficult to convict the non-profitable nude chat. Although it was immoral, it couldn't be banned. Yang Ming wasn't a moralist. This kind of thing naturally didn't need him to worry about, so he enjoyed it with Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin typed some suggestive word from time to time. At the same time, he turned on the video function, saying that he could slowly enjoy it later. Finally, the Charming Baby was completely naked. Then, she began to move her hands back and forth between her legs, and some moans came out of her mouth. When Charming Baby's body naturally leaned back, her face also appeared on the screen. When Yang Ming saw Charming Baby's appearance, he immediately froze on the spot. Why is it her? Chapter 130. Yang Ming was like he was struck by lightning. He stared at Charming Baby on the screen. Yang Ming was so familiar with this face that he could still remember it until today. The girl was very beautiful, but Yang Ming's eyes were filled with anger. There was also a sneer at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Yang Ming also felt that it was incredible. How could she do this kind of thing? He was like a completely different person from the person in his memory. The girl in Yang Ming's memory was definitely not so cheap, but the Charming Baby on the screen was unscrupulously touching herself in front of the camera. Yang Ming grabbed the mouse in Zhang Bin's hand and clicked on Charming Baby's information. When he saw that the graduation school and the information was Songjiang Red Flag High School, Yang Ming knew that there was no mistake. It was definitely her. When Yang Ming saw the word Jia in the real name, he was even more sure of his thoughts. Zhou Jiejia, you also have a day like this. Yang Ming had a kind of joy of ridicule at the same time, and a burst of sadness came into his heart. His thoughts seemed to return to the autumn afternoon on the second day of Chinese New Year. He and Suya were called to Wu Qiren's office. The person behind all of this was the girl named Zhou Jiejia in front of him. Later, Yang Ming learned the truth of the matter from the mouth of others. Zhou Jiejia was Yang Ming's junior high school class member at that time, but her grades were always behind Yang Ming and Suya. So, she was jealous of Yang Ming and Suya. Gradually, the jealousy escalated to hatred. When she saw Yang Ming and Suya talking and laughing together at the school gate, a vicious idea was born in her mind. That was to accuse Yang Ming and Suya of dating in front of Wu Qiren. Puppy love was a sensitive topic in a key junior high school like Red Flag High School. Furthermore, Zhou Jiejia was a class cadre. When she exaggerated the story of Yang Ming and Suya, Wu Qiren believed it. At that time, if Yang Ming had met a good teacher like Li Huifeng or Zhao Ying, the result might have been different. However, Wu Qiren was the scum of the teachers with low moral character. Just like his name, Wu Qiren, he was a shameless person in real life. Wu Qiren's first thought was to use the excuse of puppy love to scare the parents of the two families so that they would take the initiative to give him some gifts. Otherwise, he would inform the school. Of course, his wish didn't come true. Xia, whose father was a tycoon, directly transferred her daughter to another school. Yang Ming, who was from a working family, didn't have the money to give gifts at all. Later, Yang Ming questioned Zhou Jiejia why she complained. Zhou Jiejia snorted strangely. I just can't stand you dating so early and studying so well. At that time, Yang Ming was about to explode. He really wanted to slap her twice on the spot. However, it was inappropriate for a man to hit a woman, especially in school. So, Yang Ming endured. However, enduring didn't mean that he wouldn't retaliate against Zhou Jiejia. One day after school a month later, Zhou Jiejie was surrounded by 3 delinquent girls. They slapped her face until both sides of her face were like steam buns. A living calabash was born. These 3 delinquent girls were naturally found by Yang Ming. At that time, Yang Ming was already famous for fighting. It was easy to find a few delinquent girls. Even so, Yang Ming still hated Zhou Jiejie very much. Now that he thought about it, Xia was his first love. She was ruined by the woman in front of him. How could Yang Ming not be angry? However, Zhou Jiejie was such a principled woman in the past. How did she become a slut now? He remembered that there were several students in the other class who pursued Zhou Jiejie. Not only did Zhou Jiejie ignore them, but she also reported them to the teacher. However, in any case, Yang Ming's heart finally vented his anger. His heart was still very refreshed. Zhou Jiejie also have such a day. It was just that Zhou Jiejie's face only appeared on the screen for a moment. However, because of the network delay, it was enough for Yang Ming to recognize her. Zhou Jiejie, who was on the other side of the computer, quickly moved her body upward after realizing that her face was being photographed. This moment was just the speed of spark, so Zhou Jiejie didn't realize that she had been recognized. Fuck, if I were to release this video of yours, would you feel good? Yang Ming thought fiercely. However, Yang Ming didn't want to do such a dirty and wretched thing. He disdained to use this trick to deal with a woman. Zhang Bin was very engrossed in watching. Naturally, he didn't notice that Yang Ming's expression had changed 180 times. Knowing that the person in front of him was Zhou Jiejie, Yang Ming was also interested. It was indeed a very refreshing thing to watch a passionate video of someone he knew, and it was a woman he hated. The strong sense of ridicule and revenge made Yang Ming feel very good. However, at the same time, Suya's shadow kept wandering in his mind. Do I really like Suya? Have I not forgotten her? Yang Ming sighed. That's right, first love was the most unforgettable thing in the world. When Yang Ming's thoughts came back, Zhou Jiejie had already ended the video chat. After turning off the video, Zhang Bin asked with a smile, "How was it? Was it cool?" It was better than watching a blockbuster, right? It was okay. Yang Ming's thoughts weren't here, so he simply said a few words. Damn, are you a man? How can it be okay to be so passionate? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. Oh yes, I forgot about Lan Ling. That girl is really good. You have her, so naturally, you won't be interested in others. Zhang Bin's knowing look made Yang Ming feel very funny. He didn't understand his real thoughts at all. Okay, stop guessing. Right? Why did you record it? I just recorded it casually. I'm going to watch it when I have nothing to do. Zhang Bin said, forget it, delete it. My dad often plays on my computer. If he finds out, he will say that I have nothing to do. Okay, I will help you delete it. I will use your computer to surf the internet for a while. Yang Ming hesitated. Although he knew that it wasn't right to do so, the hatred in his memory still made him hold back. Then you play. I will order something to eat. It's already 12 o'clock. If it wasn't to watch this video, I would have already eaten. Zhang Bin complained. What do you want to eat? Shredded pork with garlic sauce, spicy tofu, a big bowl of rice, and the rest is up to you. Yang Ming said. Okay, I got it. Zhang Bin said as he went to the living room to make a call. Yang Ming quickly found the video that was just recorded. Then, he used RAR encryption to cut it into compressed volumes and sent it to several mailboxes that he applied for abroad. Then, he used the 360 file shredder to shred the original file. This was the method that Yang Ming learned from the internet after the porn incident. Yang Ming didn't need this thing for the time being, but there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be used in the future, so Yang Ming stored it away. After doing all this, Zhang Bin's voice came from outside the door. Yang Ming, the food is here. Come out and eat. Yang Ming quickly closed the mailbox, went out of Zhang Bin's room, and came to the living room. Zhang Bin was really extravagant. The two of them actually ordered 4 dishes for a meal. One was shredded pork with garlic sauce, one was spicy tofu, one was sliced pork, and one was alfalfa persimmon. Zhang Bin didn't want to eat rice. This guy had a very special hobby. He was willing to eat porridge. It was to the point that he would panic if he didn't eat it for 3 days. Porridge was a northern saying. It was actually a corn stubble. For the current people, it was okay to eat coarse grains once in a while, but not many people could bear to eat it every day. Zhang Bin was an exception. The two of them ate very happily. The 4 plates of vegetables were almost finished under the sudden attack of the 2 young men. After the meal, the two of them rested for a while. They played Zhang Bin's new PS3 for a while. Yang Ming looked down on them for a while, saying that he worshipped Japanese products. Zhang Bin had a bitter face. There's no domestic game console. In the afternoon, Zhang Jiefeng's driver came to Zhang Bin's house to pick up Yang Ming and the others to go to Zhang Jiefeng's company. Zhang Bin turned off the computer, tidied up, and went out with Yang Ming. When he saw Zhang Jiefeng, he was obviously drunk. He was talking to a client with a red face. When he saw Yang Ming and Zhang Bin, he nodded and signaled them to sit in the office for a while. Zhang Bin understood and brought Yang Ming to the general manager's office. The last time when Yang Ming came, he didn't come here. This time, he had the chance to carefully look at Zhang Jiefeng's office. Zhang Jiefeng's office was very simple. It wasn't as luxurious as the legendary CEO's office. Maybe Zhang Jiefeng's business wasn't big enough, but he was already a big boss that Yang Ming had seen before. At this time, the office door was pushed open. A very beautiful woman walked in. Chapter 131. It was undeniable that the person who came was a very elegant woman. She was beautiful and dignified, exuding a mature aura. Zhang Bin couldn't help but frown. It wasn't a pleasant thing to see a beautiful woman in his father's office. Yang Ming saw the person and was stunned. The woman saw Yang Ming and was stunned. Both of them were wondering why the other person would appear here. Yes, this woman was Xiao Qing. She was the woman who Yang Ming saw her underwear in the bookstore and then met again on the bus. Is President Zhang here? Although Xiao Qing was puzzled, she still asked, President Zhang? Why are you looking for him? Zhang Bin looked at the woman with some dissatisfaction. Obviously, he thought Xiao Qing was the woman beside his father. I had an appointment with him this afternoon. I didn't see anyone outside, so I came in by myself. Xiao Qing explained. No one outside? That's not right. My dad is meeting a client outside. Zhang Bin thought the woman's words were an excuse. Oh, it's young Master Zhang. There really isn't anyone outside. Xiao Qing shook her head and had some doubts. She also saw that Zhang Bin was hostile to her. Could it be that he knew about the grudge between Yang Ming and me? But that wasn't a grudge. It had been resolved a long time ago. No one, although Zhang Bin didn't believe it, he still walked to the door of the office and looked outside. Sure enough, as Xiao Qing said, there was no one in the reception room outside the company. Zhang Bin felt a bit strange. After he came back, he called his father. Dad, where are you? Someone in the office is looking for you. Looking for me? Who? A woman. Who knows who she is? Is she your lover? Zhang Bin whispered. Last time, Zhang Bin was looking for a prostitute, which led to the loss of Yang Ming's imperial jade. This made Zhang Bin very upset. Since Zhang Bin was young, Yang Ming was his only close friend. So, he didn't want to hurt their relationship because of this. Although Yang Ming didn't say anything, Zhang Bin didn't feel good. When he saw Xiao Qing this time, he thought that she was his father's lover. Seeing that his father didn't learn his lesson, he was a little annoyed. Although Zhang Bin's voice was low, it was still heard by Xiao Qing and Yang Ming. Xiao Qing was stunned, and so was Yang Ming. Their gazes collided, and Xiao Qing blushed. Xiao Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do I look like a mistress? However, the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be. He might as well pretend that he didn't hear anything. Zhang Jiefeng would understand when he arrived. Zhang Bin. Yang Ming saw that Xiao Qing was embarrassed, so he whispered a reminder to Zhang Bin. What's wrong? Zhang Bin asked. I know her. She shouldn't be your dad's. Yang Ming explained in a low voice. It was fine if he didn't explain. Once he did, Xiao Qing's face became redder. When Zhang Bin was talking on the phone, she could pretend that she didn't hear anything. Now there were only 3 of them left in the office, and their voices were clear. Xiao Qing couldn't pretend that she didn't hear anything. Yang Ming, why are you here? Xiao Qing had to change the topic and greeted Yang Ming. Sister Qing, I am Zhang Bin's classmate. Oh, he's Uncle Zhang's son. Yang Ming said with a smile. Sister Qing, why are you here? Of course, I'm here to buy something, he. Xiao Qing paused as she said this. She meant to point out that her purpose of coming here wasn't what Zhang Bin thought. Right, you said that you were going to participate in a competition. Are you back? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, I just came back 2 days ago. My father's birthday is coming soon. I'm here to choose a birthday gift for my father. Xiao Qing said with a smile. So that's how it is. Yang Ming nodded. Zhang Bin listened to the conversation between Xiao Qing and Yang Ming and realized that he had misunderstood. He smiled embarrassedly. Miss Xiao. At this time, Zhang Jiefeng pushed the door and came in. It's you. Sorry, I just brought a customer to the warehouse. I didn't expect you to come to the company. Hello, President Zhang. Xiao Qing nodded to the person who came in. How was the thing I mentioned last time? This? Miss Xiao, I'm really sorry. There was a piece of imperial jade that could meet your requirements, but Zhang Jiefeng glanced at Yang Ming and shook his head. But there was an accident. Accident? What happened? Xiao Qing frowned. President Zhang didn't find a superior imperial jade in Yunnan this time. There was one, but there was an accident. Zhang Jiefeng sighed. The imperial jade was stolen. If that's the case, then forget it. Xiao Qing was a little disappointed. My old man likes to play with this thing when he has nothing to do. I just wanted to show my sincerity. In fact, my old man doesn't lack this piece of imperial jade. I'm really sorry, Miss Xiao. Right, I just received a batch of jade. Do you want to take a look? Zhang Jiefeng had no choice. He originally planned to sell Yang Ming's imperial jade to Xiao Qing, but there was an accident later. This wasn't what he expected. Then forget it. Let's talk about it next time. Xiao Qing shook her head. Jade was too common. It wasn't as rare as imperial jade. It didn't make sense to use it as a birthday gift. My old man went to Yunnan a few days ago, but he didn't get any imperial jade. So Xiao Qing knew my old man's hobby, so she found Zhang Jiefeng's jewelry company. She wanted to get an imperial jade through his connections. If it was a carved imperial jade, it could be bought in Songjiang. But it wasn't easy to find uncarved stones. My old man liked to do it himself. So Xiao Qing was so disappointed. Xiao Qing still had things to do, so she greeted Yang Ming. Then she asked Zhang Jiefeng to contact her if he had any imperial jade. Then she left Zhang Jiefeng's company. Uncle Zhang, what does Sister Qing do? Why does she buy such an expensive thing? Yang Ming was a little confused. According to Xiao Qing, she was a teacher. But how could a teacher buy an imperial jade that was worth a few 100,000 yuan? How would I know? Didn't you call her Sister Qing? If you don't know, how would I know? Zhang Jiefeng smiled bitterly. If you didn't lose your imperial jade, you could have made a lot of money by selling it to her. Forget it, Uncle Zhang. I'll take it as I didn't do it. Yang Ming comforted him. How can that be? What's yours is yours. Wait a little longer. If there's still no news from Yunnan, then I will give you the money for the imperial jade first. Zhang Jiefeng said quickly. Okay, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Ming knew Zhang Jiefeng's character, so he said it perfunctorily. Yang Ming and Xiao Qing weren't familiar with each other. If they were good friends, he would have stopped Xiao Qing just now because there was an imperial jade in the batch of stones that he gambled. The current situation was that he didn't know Xiao Qing well. Out of caution, he didn't say it on the spot. After all, he had to learn from Tung Chong's lesson. Yang Ming, your bag of stones has arrived. How is it? Do you want me to ask the factory to polish it for you, or do you want to see it yourself? Zhang Jiefeng asked. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and said, Let me go with you. It's a very exciting feeling to see my own stone come out. In fact, Yang Ming wasn't excited at all. The reason why he wanted to go was that this batch of stones was too valuable. He believed that Zhang Jiefeng wouldn't lie to him, but who could guarantee that Zhang Jiefeng's men wouldn't do something to it? Imperial jade, such a valuable thing. If it was stolen by a greedy person, then it would be over. So, Yang Ming wanted to go personally. At least, he had to see them open the imperial jade first. That's right. I like this feeling too. It's like the moment before the lottery. It makes people excited and look forward to it. Zhang Jiefeng said with a smile. Even I will go to the factory if I have nothing to do. Then let's go quickly. I don't have any reason to stay here. Zhang Bin also interrupted. The misunderstanding just now made Zhang Bin feel awkward. Although Zhang Jiefeng didn't mention it, Zhang Bin still felt uncomfortable. So, he wanted to leave the office as soon as possible for a change of environment. Zhang Jiefeng called the company's assistant and asked him to come over from the warehouse. Then, he drove Yang Ming and Zhang Bin to the jewelry processing factory that he built in the suburbs. The scale of the factory was very small. It wasn't much bigger than a family workshop, but there were a lot of employees. They were all busy with their own things. It seemed that the security and anti-theft measures here were good. At the entrance, there were 6 security guards that Zhang Jiefeng hired from the security company. Inside the factory, there was a security door that required a card to be swiped. Also, at night, there was a lock with a key. Zhang Jiefeng found a worker and brought Yang Ming to a safe in the basement of the factory. He pointed at a bag of stones and asked the worker to help him carry it out. Chapter 132. Yang Ming roughly scanned the bag in front of him. He noticed that the imperial jade was still there, and the seal wasn't touched. Only then did he feel relieved. Nowadays, some transportation companies weren't trustworthy. They often stole their clients' goods. But for this bag of stones, they probably didn't have Yang Ming's ability. Even if they stole it, it wouldn't be useful. After the bag of stones was moved up, Zhang Jiefeng found 2 workers to polish the stones. I will polish them myself. Yang Ming smiled. Of course, that's what makes it fun. Zhang Jiefeng asked the workers to find a set of tools for Yang Ming. At this time, the bag of stones was poured out. Yang Ming pretended to be casual and picked up the stone with the imperial jade. I will help you too. Zhang Bin picked up a stone and held it in his hand. He didn't have anything to do anyway. Zhang Jiefeng chuckled and found a chair to sit at the side. He chatted with the 2 of them. Zhang Bin, you still don't know how to drive. After 2 days, you and Yang Ming should find a driving school and learn. Dad, can't you teach me? Why should I register for a driving school? Zhang Bin asked. TSK, I'm so busy. How can I have time to teach you? Besides, I didn't graduate from a professional class, and I didn't learn systematically. Driving an automatic car isn't a problem, but manual transmission is. How can I teach you? Zhang Jiefeng rejected directly. Besides, a driving school is great. You still have Yang Ming to accompany you. Okay, then you'll buy me a car after I finish learning. Zhang Bin nodded. Once you get the book, I will bring you to buy one. Zhang Jiefeng wasn't perfunctory. He had decided to buy a car for Zhang Bin. Then it's a promise. Zhang Bin said happily. Yang Ming, let's go register tomorrow. Tomorrow? Okay. Yang Ming thought about it. It was only a matter of time before he bought a car. So why not take the driving test together with Zhang Bin? Yang Ming, in your hand. Zhang Jiefeng glanced at the stone in Yang Ming's hand. Imperial Jade. Yang Ming, you got another piece of Imperial Jade? Ah, this is Imperial Jade? Yang Ming pretended not to know. He was so shocked that the sandpaper in his hand fell to the floor. Imperial Jade. Moreover, the quality is better than the previous one. Zhang Jiefeng widened his eyes and said with his mouth wide open, Damn, bro, are you for real? Zhang Bing was shocked too. Could it be that you got a ring that can increase your luck? How can you have such good luck? How would I know? Yang Ming smiled innocently. How could there be such a good thing? Zhang Jiefeng took the Imperial Jade in Yang Ming's hand and checked it carefully. He said, based on my estimation, the value of this Imperial Jade is around 2 million. It's much better than your previous one. In fact, Yang Ming already had an idea in his heart, so he wasn't surprised. However, he still had to put on a show. So, he said with surprise, Really? I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. If that's the case, then the previous Imperial Jade is nothing. Even so, Uncle Zhang will still compensate you for the Imperial Jade. Zhang Jiefeng said. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. After going around in circles, he came back to the original topic. He said that to make Zhang Jiefeng feel at ease. He didn't expect Zhang Jiefeng to raise this issue again. This time, Zhang Jiefeng was more careful. After knowing that Yang Ming had an imperial jade in his hand, he quickly took out a password box and put it in. Then, he personally drove Yang Ming and Zhang Bin to the bank's safe box to handle the deposit procedures. Currently, the bank was still the safest place in terms of the security system. As for the other stones in the sack, they were simply polished. There were no more imperial jades. However, there were quite a lot of good jades. This made Zhang Jiefang amazed. When they went to gamble on stones together, the value of Yang Ming's sack of stones was almost comparable to the total value of all his jades. Zhang Jiefang estimated the value of these jades. They were worth around 300,000. If they were made into handicrafts and accessories, the value would be even higher. These things were worth a lot of money when added together, but they weren't worth much on their own. So, they were directly stored in Zhang Jiefang's underground vault. Zhang Bin wasn't interested in the jewelry industry initially. However, when he saw Yang Ming's 10,000 turned into 2,300,000, he was deeply shocked by the huge profits in this industry. Compared to Yang Ming's stones, Zhang Jiefang was more willing to see his son like this. Only when you have an interest in an industry can you manage it well. After leaving Zhang Jiefang's company, Yang Ming's net worth increased by 2 million. However, these were all fixed assets now. They hadn't been converted into money yet. So, Yang Ming was still a poor man. After bidding farewell to Zhang Bin, Yang Ming took a taxi to Lan Ling's place. Because he didn't have a pass, Yang Ming told the security guard that he was looking for Lu Weishan. After confirming, Yang Ming was allowed to enter the neighborhood. This kind of management made Yang Ming feel relieved. The current society was very complicated. Lan Ling was a little girl living here alone. It was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be targeted by people with bad intentions. Now that the neighborhood security was so tight, Yang Ming didn't have to worry about Lan Ling meeting bad people. To be honest, other than the voodoo incident, Yang Ming was still very fond of Lan Ling from an emotional point of view. Most men were more or less lollicons and older sisters. After having a girlfriend who was around the same age as them, deep in their hearts, they would still want to meet a younger or more mature woman. Yang Ming was this kind of person. Ever since Su Yao left, Yang Ming's concept of love had changed. As long as he liked it and was happy, it had nothing to do with others. It could be said that Wu Qiren and Zhou Zhejia made Yang Ming a maverick in terms of relationships. He felt that having a few girlfriends at the same time wasn't shameful or shameful. That was his ability. There was no point in being envious. Of course, this was just his imagination. Yang Ming didn't like normal girls. Yang Ming believed that his feelings for Lan Ling were real, but he didn't want Lan Ling to bind him to her side. The voodoo made him very unhappy. As he was thinking, Yang Ming suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Dad, do you think Professor Li can help me get into the school?" It was Wang Jitao's voice. Yang Ming was standing near the entrance of the residential area. Because of the wall, Yang Ming couldn't see the people on the other side. However, Yang Ming had a special ability and could easily see the other side of the wall. On the other side, Wang Jitao was frowning and talking to a very dignified middle-aged man with a square face. It should be about the same. Professor Li was my and your mom's teacher. He also saw your school's exam results. This time, it could be said that you didn't perform well. The middle-aged man said, Professor Li still has a lot of prestige in the school. Even if your grades are low, he can still let you study at the joint school XX Academy. But the graduation certificate of XX Academy is different from the formal one. Wang Jitao was a bit unwilling. Be content. You only scored 200 points. The cutoff score of XX Academy is 350 points. The middle-aged man said, if it wasn't for Professor Li, you probably wouldn't even be able to get into XX Academy. Don't think that your dad can call the shots in the business world. I can't even get involved in the admission of universities. Also, your grades are too low. You didn't even reach the cutoff score for family members. This result is already very good. Besides, aren't you going to take over my job after you graduate? You just need to learn some real knowledge in university. When you graduate, you will be the general manager of the company. Who cares about your qualifications? After Wang Jitao heard this, he smiled. He thought that his father was right. Why would his family's company care about his qualifications? Study hard after you go to university. Try not to cause any more trouble. You should learn from this incident. Don't be so reckless in the future. You have to plan before you act. For example, if you want to mess with your classmate, you should think of a perfect plan. Look at the rubbish idea that you and Zhang Biao came up with. Not only did you get into trouble, but you also delayed the college entrance exam. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "In the future, when you go into business, it will be even more so. Either you hide and don't act, or you strike a fatal blow." Yang Ming heard the conversation between the two clearly. Motherfucker, Wang Jitao's father is even more sinister. It seems that I have to be careful in the future. Yang Ming was preparing to leave when he saw a Mercedes-Benz sedan beside him. It was the same car that belonged to Wang Jitao's family. The reason why Yang Ming could recognize it was because Zhang Biao drove this car to and from school several times to pick up Wang Jitao. The car plate was easy to remember. The last digit was 888. Hee, didn't you want to trick me? I'll let you two have a good time. Yang Ming laughed twice and made up his mind. Chapter 133. Yang Ming walked to the back of the Mercedes-Benz and deflated the right rear tire. He used to do this kind of thing when he was a hooligan, so Yang Ming was basically familiar with it. Then, he casually picked up a scrap paper card from the trash can and inserted it into the metal frame of the back of the Mercedes-Benz, covering the last two eights. After that, he quickly left the place in another direction. Yang Ming did this just to create some trouble for Wang Jitao and his son. Yang Ming didn't have the ability to fight head-on, but he could still hurt you behind your back. Yang Ming felt that he had been too lenient with Wang Jitao in the past. That was why Wang Jitao had the chance to take advantage of him. Therefore, Yang Ming decided not to let go of any chance to mess with Wang Jitao. Although I can't do anything to you now, I can create some trouble to disgust you. This was enough to annoy Wang Jitao. The reason why Yang Ming decided to take the initiative instead of being passive was because Fang Tian's matter had touched him. This was a society where the strong preyed on the weak. If you don't eat others, you have to wait for others to eat you. Yang Ming wasn't a good-tempered person, and he wasn't a gentleman either. He was afraid that Wang Jitao would use his family's connections to make his parents lose their jobs. But now, he wasn't afraid anymore. He had mastered a way to make money quickly. It could be said that he could pick a piece of jade, and it was equivalent to half of his parents' annual salary. Speaking of which, Wang Jitao's school problem was solved. The father and son of the Wang family happily drove away from the community. Some luxury cars and off-road vehicles had special tires. After deflating, it couldn't be felt at that time. The tires would only flatten after a few hundred to 1,000 meters. Therefore, when the father and son of the Wang family drove away from the community and reached the main road, they felt that something was wrong and quickly stopped the car. However, this improper position immediately attracted the attention of the traffic police. When a traffic police walked over, he saw the paper card that was blocking the license plate of the Mercedes-Benz. When he asked Father Wang what was going on, Father Wang was confused and didn't know what was going on. Therefore, the traffic police directly copied Father Wang's license plate and issued a fine for blocking the license plate number. The fine was 200 yuan and 6 points were deducted. Father Wang was wronged. He thought, I can't wait to put such an awesome license plate in a conspicuous position. Why would I block it? This is a lucky number. But it was useless to say it. The traffic police wouldn't believe it. He could only admit that he was unlucky. The originally happy atmosphere was also destroyed by this incident. The father and son of the Wang family were very depressed. Wang Jitao turned on his computer. Other than the bad results of the college entrance examination, Wang Jitao was in a good mood these few days. He met a little girl through the internet and saw her picture through QQ Space. He was immediately shocked. How could he be so stupid and give the evidence to others? Although he didn't do anything to him afterward, it delayed his college entrance exam. Therefore, although Wang Jitao still didn't give up on Shen Mingyan, he didn't dare to do anything too overboard. These 2 days, he was chatting on the internet when he had nothing to do. He met a girl called Charming Baby in a local dating group. She was the one who was mentioned before. Wang Jitao immediately began to pursue her fiercely. But this Charming Baby was too pure, or she pretended to be pure. Anyway, Wang Jitao tried his best, but the Charming Baby didn't take the bait. Wang Jitao was ready to continue his attack on her today. Yang Ming came to Lan Ling's residence. Lan Ling was watching TV. The room had been cleaned and was shining brightly. This made Yang Ming feel very gratified. How many girls in this era knew how to do housework? He didn't know how good Lan Ling's cooking skills were. Otherwise, she would be the best in the kitchen and the bed. Lan Ling saw Yang Ming and ran out happily. She rushed into Yang Ming's arms. "Master, you're back." "Master?" Yang Ming was baffled by what he heard. "Yes." Lan Ling nodded. "That's what they call me on TV." Yang Ming looked up at the TV in the living room. It was playing a Qing dynasty drama. 7 or 8 women were surrounding an old man and shouting "Master." He couldn't help but sweat. People in this era were not used to hearing this name. Master usually has 3 wives and 4 concubines. "Do you want to find a few more Lan Lings?" Yang Ming said with a smile. "If Master likes it, Lan Ling will of course agree." Lan Ling looked very wronged. "Forget it. If the voodoo acts up, I'll be dead." Yang Ming shook his head and carried Lan Ling to sit on the sofa. "How is it? Have you gotten used to living here? Seeing the sun when one dies means dying. Some people also call it seeing the sun when one dies. It's a saying from the Northeast. Most people in the 70s and 80s should have heard of this saying, but very few people use it nowadays. For some reason, Old Fish suddenly typed this saying and thought of some things from his childhood. Hee hee. Lan Ling wanted to say something, but seeing that Yang Ming took the initiative to change the topic, she didn't say anything else. When she heard Yang Ming's question, she pouted and said, "Without you, I couldn't sleep well. Also, I kept hearing strange noises on the roof. It scared me. Do you think there's a ghost? There are people living up there. People will definitely make noises when they wake up in the middle of the night. If it's a ghost, it won't make any noises. Besides, where would the ghost come from?" Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. "Don't think too much. Yang Ming, can you sleep with me tonight?" Lan Ling begged. "I can't. If I don't go back, my mom will go crazy. I'll just stay on campus in a few days." Yang Ming wanted to stay here too, but he couldn't explain it to his parents. "How about, I leave after you fall asleep?" Don't worry. I'm just joking with you. When we, the Miao people, study voodoo, we often deal with dead people. Why would we be afraid of ghosts?" Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming was in a dilemma, so she quickly said, "Okay, you little rascal, how dare you lie to me? See how I deal with you." Yang Ming thought that Lan Ling was right. Why would she be afraid of ghosts? Even without the voodoo, her father always went out to gamble day and night, leaving her alone at home. If she was afraid, she would have been scared to death. Okay, quickly deal with me," Lan Ling said excitedly. "Then I'll take off my clothes." As she spoke, she started to take off her little dress. As she took it off, she ran towards the bedroom. "I'll wait for you on the bed." Yang Ming was speechless. This Lan Ling, why doesn't she know how to be more reserved? But Yang Ming liked this side of Lan Ling. A girl with this kind of character could easily arouse a man's desire and make him conquer her. But Yang Ming felt that if he went to the bed, wouldn't Lan Ling's plan succeed? "No, I have to deal with her." Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming really followed her to the bed, and she was very proud. But she didn't notice the smirk on Yang Ming's face. "Yang Ming, quickly come and deal with me," Lan Ling said seductively with her eyes closed. Yang Ming originally came to deal with Lan Ling. He felt that Lan Ling wasn't afraid of him at all. This wasn't a good sign. If this continued, not to mention the voodoo, even without the voodoo, he would still be firmly in her hands. Once Lan Ling seduced him, he would be hooked. This won't do. Men don't live for XX. So, Yang Ming changed his usual behavior. He started to learn from a male lead in adult movies and started to touch Lan Ling's body. This was all thanks to Yang Ming watching the teaching film of a guy named Takakato. So, it worked on Lan Ling very quickly. At that time, Yang Ming's purpose of learning this was very simple. He was afraid that one day he would be like his girlfriend. If there wasn't enough foreplay, it would lead to a bad first time. So, he learned very carefully. He studied the entire film more than 10 times. Yang Ming was now teasing every inch of Lan Ling's sensitive body. An appropriate amount of foreplay could make a woman fall in love quickly and enter the state quickly. But if there was too much foreplay, it wouldn't be so comfortable. At this moment, Yang Ming had been teasing for more than half an hour, but he didn't get to the point. Yang Ming, dear husband. Lan Ling only called Yang Ming husband when they were in bed. Yang Ming was also happy with this, because it was not very comfortable to be called husband all the time in normal life. Hey, Yang Ming realized that Lan Ling was already sufficiently aroused at this moment. Chapter 134. Lan Ling's entire body glowed with a sparkling red color. Her body kept squirming, and from her throat came a kind of enticing moan. Hurry up, come in. Lan Ling couldn't stand it anymore, so she moaned softly. Didn't you want me to teach you a lesson? Yang Ming smiled evilly. He couldn't hold it in anymore, but in order to conquer Lan Ling, this little seductress, Yang Ming was holding it in. I admit defeat. Lan Ling begged for mercy. When Yang Ming heard Lan Ling begging for mercy, he got on top of her. Both of them had been holding back their desire for half an hour. Soon, they merged into one body and crazily took each other. Yang Ming, don't do this next time. I beg you. After doing it, Lan Ling leaned into Yang Ming's arms. No, I think you're more passionate this time. I was planning to extend the foreplay time next time. Yang Ming said. Extend? Lan Ling exclaimed, don't. I was about to die just now. It's more like you want to die, right? Yang Ming laughed. What? You're so annoying. But now that she thought about it, the feeling was really different. It was really uncomfortable to hold it in. The two of them lingered on the bed for a long time. Yang Ming looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. His parents were about to get off work and go home. Yang Ming also had to go back. Yang Ming took out the wallet of Huang Mao that he cheated today. He took out more than half of the banknotes and gave it to Lan Ling without counting. There are a lot of small stores around here. There are also a lot of snacks. You should buy something yourself. I'm sorry, little Ling Ling. I can't accompany you. It's okay. If you have something to do, you can go first. I haven't finished the food I bought yesterday. Lan Ling said, you don't need to spend so much money, right? Anyway, it's not mine. Just take the flowers. Yang Ming thought of the unlucky Huang Mao again and couldn't help but secretly laugh. Yang Ming walked out of the corridor. He hesitated for a moment before he turned around and walked towards Lu Weishan's house. Lu Weishan was writing an invitation when he saw that it was Yang Ming. He happily invited him to sit down. After his son went missing 6 years ago, Lu Weishan liked to invite young people over to his house to make up for his son's absence. Elder Lu, I'm going to Lan Ling's place, so I came to visit you. Yang Ming sat down on the sofa and said, Okay, old woman, go and pack up the invitations. I'll talk to little Yang for a while. Lu Weishan instructed his wife. Lu Weishan's wife nodded and went to work. Elder Lu, why did you write an invitation? What's the good news? Yang Ming felt a little strange. Could it be that your son is back? Sigh. It's good that he's back. Lu Weishan shook his head. I won't hide it from you. My son suddenly disappeared with his bride on the eve of his wedding 6 years ago. Disappeared? Yang Ming was shocked. He originally thought that the old man's son had a quarrel and went to another city or another country. He didn't expect him to disappear. Yeah, disappeared. There's no news at all. The two of them just disappeared into thin air. Lu Weishan shook his head. I'm sorry, Elder Lu. I brought up your sad story. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. It's okay. It's been so long. The sadness has passed. Life still has to go on, right? Lu Weishan smiled bitterly. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything. He didn't expect that as a famous person in the country. He had such a sad past. Yang Ming didn't ask about why he didn't look for them. Because with Elder Lu's identity, he must have used a lot of social connections to look for them. In the end, he couldn't find them. As for the invitation, he My birthday is next month. I didn't want to do it, but some friends and students insisted. I had no choice but to write an invitation. Lu Weishan pointed at the invitation on the table and said, "If you're free, you should come. There are many professors in our school. It's good for you to know them. It's not good for a young person like me to go, right?" Yang Ming was a little hesitant, but this was a good idea. If he was familiar with the people in the school, it would be easier for him to find people to help him if he failed a class. It's not a big deal. My goddaughter will come too. There are also some students. They're all young people. Lu Weishan waved his hand and said, "It's settled. I'll call you when the time comes. Then I'll accept your invitation." Yang Ming smiled and nodded. He was secretly thinking about what kind of birthday gift to give Lu Weishan. Yang Ming felt that Lu Weishan was a good person. Not only did he give him some advice when he was learning about jade, but he also didn't ask for his money when he rented a house. This made Yang Ming feel very grateful. Yang Ming would remember whoever was good to Yang Ming. When the time comes, you can just bring people here. You don't have to buy any gifts. I don't lack anything. It's fine as long as you have the intention. Lu Weishan seemed to have seen through Yang Ming's thoughts and directly blocked his way. I know. Yang Ming smiled. At night, Lu Weishan's wife asked Yang Ming to stay for dinner. Yang Ming refused because he was in a hurry to go home. Lu Weishan seemed to feel sorry for him and asked Yang Ming to come often when he was free. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Before he left, Lu Weishan gave Yang Ming 2 community passes and a Songjiang Industry University meal card. Lu Weishan was afraid that it would be inconvenient for Lan Ling to eat, so he helped her get a meal card. Yang Ming quickly thanked him and felt very touched. When he reached home, Yang's father and Mother Yang had just reached home. They were cooking in the kitchen. When they saw Yang Ming, they asked with concern, "Big Ming, are you tired from work?" "Work?" Yang Ming immediately reacted. Yesterday, he told them that he was going to work at Zhang Jiefang's company. So he quickly changed his words. "Work is good. I like it." "That's good. Uncle Zhang didn't say that you were a troublemaker, right?" Mother Yang was a little worried. "How could that be? I'm doing better than those people." Yang Ming said, "Maybe I'll get a bonus at the end of the month." Is that so? That's great." Mother Yang saw that her son was successful and was very happy. "Big Ming, how much can you earn in a month? Is it enough for you to spend?" Yang Dehai asked. "Why? Are you still thinking about our son's money?" Mother Yang was a little unhappy. "Even if it's enough, we can't take it. That's not what I meant. Look at you. Why are you in such a hurry? What I meant was, if it's not enough, we can give our son some extra money." Yang Dehai said awkwardly. "Dad, Mom, I think it's enough. A month's basic salary is 3,000 and there's a bonus." Yang Ming thought for a while and said a figure. 3,000. Even so, Yang Dehai still took a deep breath. He had worked in the factory for half of his life, and his salary was only 2,000 yuan. His wife worked in the community, and her salary was only 800 yuan a month. Their combined salary was only enough to cover his son's monthly salary. Moreover, his son had just entered university. "Big Ming, why is it so much? You can't just ask for a random price and make things difficult for your Uncle Zhang." Mother Yang was surprised. "Mom, how can it be? Many people can earn 4 to 5,000 yuan a month." Yang Ming was telling the truth. Those who were involved in jade carving and polishing had a high business commission. It was easy to earn 4 to 5,000 yuan a month. But you just started. They are already familiar with it. Mother Yang said, "Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about it. Uncle Zhang is also a businessman. He won't appoint people by favoritism. Even if I have a good relationship with Zhang Bin, he won't do things that harm the company's interests." Yang Ming explained, "It was he who asked me to be there." "Really? That's good." Yang Dehai didn't understand the situation. He was relieved after listening to Yang Ming's explanation. Because Yang Ming was working and earning money, the family was very happy at night. Yang Dehai opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Yang Ming. He was very clear about Yang Ming's history, so he was very familiar with his drinking capacity. "How can you let your son drink?" Mother Yang saw Yang Dehai giving Yang Ming a bottle of beer and couldn't help but frown. "Big Ming can drink more than me. You know about the past." Yang Dehai waved his hand. "Well, Let's not talk about the past. Big Ming is going to be a college student soon. I heard that it's normal for college students to drink together. We don't need to restrict him. Right. How could I forget that Big Ming is already an adult? Mother Yang nodded. A bottle of beer was absolutely a small case for Yang Ming. After drinking it, his face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat fast. After the family finished eating, Yang Ming went back to his room and turned on the computer. He found that there was a missed call and a few new messages on the phone on the desk. The call was from Lan Ling, Zhang Bin. The message was from Lan Ling. The content was that she missed him. Yang Ming replied to Lan Ling's message and told her that he was home and missed her. Zhang Bin's call was ignored. Yang Ming was a typical example of what it means to value a lover over a friend. Chapter 135. Yang Ming was sure that Zhang Bin would call again in a while, so he simply ignored him. Sure enough, after half an hour, Zhang Bin called again. Yang Ming, why didn't you answer the phone just now? Are you with Lan Ling? Damn, what are you thinking? I'm at home. I was eating just now. I didn't hear it. Yang Ming scolded. Why are you looking for me? Come to my house tomorrow. We'll go to the driving school together. Don't forget. Zhang Bin reminded him. I won't forget. Oh yeah, you tell Uncle Zhang. I told my parents that I would work in Uncle Zhang's company every day with a monthly salary of 3,000. Don't expose it. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Zhang Bin about his work. If Zhang Bin came to his house and his parents asked, then it would be exposed. This matter, no problem. Zhang Bin nodded after listening. It's a small matter. I will tell my dad in a while. Oh yeah, Yang Ming, what car do you think I should buy? Big brother, you haven't gotten your driver's license yet. Why are you thinking about this so early? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm excited. Zhang Bin said, I'm looking at the forum of Car Home. I have a few car models that I like. Tomorrow, you can help me to give some advice. Okay. Yang Ming didn't want to dispel his enthusiasm, so he had to say it perfunctorily. Yang Ming had already classified Zhang Bin's call as a harassment call. He was just bored. Yang Ming went on QQ. Suddenly, he saw that Xiao Yin, Chun Ming Yin, was online. He quickly changed his status to invisible. But this moment was still seen by Chun Ming Yin. Xiao Yin, Yang Ming, are you here? Yang Ming looked at the flashing avatar on QQ and didn't know what to do for a moment. Logically speaking, if Chun Ming Yin took the initiative to contact him, Yang Ming should be very happy. But now, Yang Ming felt a little scared. It was the feeling of facing your lover after having an affair. Yang Ming didn't know if he was cheating, but he did like Chun Ming Yin first. No, this kind of life is too fucked up, right? He was a man, yet he had become so overcautious. It seemed that he had to find Lan Ling and get rid of this voodoo as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to live a normal life, let alone have multiple wives. Yang Ming turned off the computer in annoyance. He didn't want to play anymore and went straight to bed. The next morning, before Yang Ming woke up, Zhang Bin called. You're rushing me. Yang Ming looked at the caller and said in a bad mood. It's already 8 o'clock. Why are you still sleeping? Come over quickly. Let's talk about the driving school. Zhang Bin urged. Okay, you wait for me. Yang Ming turned off the phone directly and went back to sleep. Last night, Yang Ming couldn't sleep in the middle of the night because he was thinking about his messy love life. To be honest, if it was possible, Yang Ming was very willing to get back together with Chun Ming Yin. As for Lan Ling, of course, he couldn't abandon her. It would be best if they could coexist peacefully. If they couldn't coexist, it would be good to sneak around. But then again, this was only Yang Ming's dream. The reality was very cruel. Around 10 o'clock, Yang Ming woke up and went to the bathroom in a daze. After washing his face, he turned on his phone. 2 minutes after the phone was switched on, Zhang Bing's call came in again. Yang Ming, you are too shameless. You actually turned off your phone. Zhang Bin's roaring voice came out. Yang Ming subconsciously moved away from the receiver. The 1200 didn't look like much, but the call quality was quite good. Yang Ming quickly lowered the volume. It's out of battery. It turned off automatically. Yang Ming sweated. Isn't this too punctual? I just turned it on, and the call came in. I just charged it, and your call came in. Hey, I call once every 5 minutes. Zhangbin said proudly. Yang Ming was completely speechless. This guy really has perseverance. If he had this kind of spirit in learning, Zhangbin wouldn't have to pay for XX college. Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Yang Ming also felt a little embarrassed, so he went out and took a taxi and went straight to Zhangbin's house. Zhangbin had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Yang Ming pressed the doorbell of the security door downstairs, Zhangbin immediately opened the door. The speed was almost as fast as the automatic. If people didn't know, they would think that Yang Ming pressed the button to open the door. Yang Ming went upstairs. Zhangbin had already opened the door and waited. I despise you. It's already 10 o'clock. Do you know how I spent the past 2 hours? Zhangbing's face was full of resentment. Don't. I will misunderstand what bad habits you have. Yang Ming felt a chill. Come on, don't pretend. Zhangbin found a pair of slippers for Yang Ming. I have a few cars in mind. You can help me. Is there a need to be so anxious? Although Yang Ming said so, he also understood Zhangbin's behavior. Of course, Zhangbin pulled Yang Ming to the computer and pointed at the cars on the screen. Look, Beijing Hyundai, Elantra Yudong, Mazda 6, Volkswagen Polo. Damn, I don't understand. You let me look at the appearance. You have to go to the forum to ask about the performance. Yang Ming looked at the cars that Zhangbin pointed at and said, That's true. Let's go to the driving school first. Zhangbin said, The driving school doesn't matter. You have a car at home. What are you afraid of? You can ask your dad's driver to practice with you for 2 days. Then you could be on the road. Yang Ming said indifferently. I checked on the internet. The internet said that the Flying Fish Driving School has a good reputation, and it's not far from here. Let's go in the afternoon? Zhangbin suggested. Okay, then it's settled. Zhangbin nodded. Let's go out for lunch? Forget it. Let's order. It's so hot today. Let's go out in the afternoon when it's cooler. Yang Ming was deeply affected when he just left home. Now, the sweat on his body hadn't dried yet. That's fine. How about the restaurant from last time? Zhangbin asked. Anything is fine. Yang Ming wasn't picky. Then you play on the computer yourself. I'll call to order the food and ask my dad's driver if he's free to pick us up in the afternoon. Zhangbin said. Zhangbin turned and went to the living room. Yang Ming played with Zhangbin's computer idly. After closing all the web pages, Yang Ming found that Zhangbin's QQ was still open. So, he curiously looked at Zhangbin's netizen. The charming baby from yesterday was still online. Yang Ming opened her QQ space. The design of the space was quite beautiful. Yang Ming looked at her diary. She wrote some girly articles. Yang Ming didn't like it very much. So, he clicked on the photo album. Seeing the refreshed photo, Yang Ming was sure that this person was Zhou Jiejie. It was undeniable that Zhou Jiejie was a beauty. The photos in the album were also unusually pure. It was difficult to associate it with the debauched video from yesterday. Yang Ming clicked on a few photo albums with interest and looked at them. There were photos of life and celebrities. But no matter which one, it was very eye-catching. What Yang Ming didn't understand was that such a beautiful woman, did she need to make a passionate video? In reality, she could just find a man and he would fall under her skirt with a little trick. But this had nothing to do with him. This hateful woman could do whatever she wanted. Even if she was a prostitute, Yang Ming wouldn't feel anything wrong with it. Closing the album, Yang Ming opened the chat history of the charming baby. He wanted to see how Zhangbin hooked up with her. Obviously, Zhangbin knew her from an alumni association website. Zhangbin also graduated from Red Flag High School, but he wasn't in the same class as Yang Ming. So he saw that Zhou Jiejie was beautiful in the alumni association and added her as a friend. At first, charming baby, Zhou Jiejie didn't care much about Zhangbin. But after knowing that Zhangbin was also from Red Flag High School, Zhou Jiejie became a little enthusiastic about Zhangbin. But in the first few days, the two talked about some indifferent things. It was nothing more than the teachers of Red Flag High School, the snacks at the school gate, and a hated teaching director. Later, Zhou Jiejie asked which class Zhangbin was in. Zhangbin actually said that he was in Class 4. Class 4 was Yang Ming's class, and it was also Zhou Jiejie's class. Yang Ming cursed. Wouldn't this lie be exposed immediately? Sure enough, Zhou Jieji immediately asked Zhang Bin what his real name was. Yang Ming found it funny, so he continued to scroll down the chat. When he saw what Zhang Bin said, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yang Ming looked at the chat history on the screen in front of him with a strange expression. He slapped his thigh and scolded, "Zhang Bin, your uncle." Chapter 136. Zhang Bin shamelessly told Zhou Jieji that his name was Yang Ming. Yang Ming was completely enraged. "Zhang Bin, aren't you harming me? How could Zhou Jieji not know Yang Ming?" Yang Ming's forehead was sweating as he continued to look at the chat history. Zhang Bin continued to ask Zhou Jieji for her real name. Zhou Jieji actually said that her name was Suya, but unfortunately, Zhang Bin didn't know Suya at all, and Yang Ming didn't mention it to him. So, Zhang Bin praised, "Good name." After that, Zhou Jieji's attitude towards Zhang Bin was obviously different. She was much more enthusiastic than before. When Zhang Bin asked for the sex video, Zhou Jieji didn't refuse. Yang Ming was a little confused about what Zhou Jieji was planning. She wouldn't forget who Yang Ming was, right? From her answer, Xia, she didn't forget. But what made Yang Ming puzzled was that Zhou Jieji knew that he hated her, yet she still wanted to play the sex video with him. Wasn't she afraid that he would spoil her? Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he knew that he was Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a little confused. Zhang Bin's online name was Big Bin. It was reasonable for her to call him Big Brother Bin that day, but she still called him Big Brother Bin when she knew that he was Yang Ming. Wasn't this a bit inexplicable? But who knew what Zhou Jieji was thinking? What did she think have to do with him? The most important thing was that Yang Ming was going to explode. "Zhang Bin, your uncle, you come here." Yang Ming shouted. "What?" Zhang Bin walked over inexplicably. "What? Look at it yourself. Who allowed you to use my name to chat with others?" Yang Ming pointed at the computer screen and said angrily, "Hey, it's nothing." Zhang Bin was a little embarrassed. "Fuck, you are too filthy." Yang Ming wanted to vent his anger, but Zhang Bin was his buddy, so there was no need to fall out with him. "I'm sorry, boss. I told her your name in a moment of desperation." Zhang Bin scratched his head. In fact, this was quite normal. Yang Ming remembered that he once met a dinosaur girl online. She kept asking for his name. Yang Ming casually typed Zhang Bin and got it over with. Yang Ming waved his hand and closed the chat history. Then, he blacklisted Charming Baby and said to Zhang Bin, "Don't contact this person in the future. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have contacted her. This bitch was so flirtatious yesterday afternoon. When I talked to her at night, she didn't care about me." Zhang Bin said angrily, "I wanted to video call her again, but she scolded me. Fuck you, bitch." Yang Ming didn't know what was going on. He was too lazy to think about it. Zhou Jieji could do whatever she wanted. It had nothing to do with him. He just didn't want Zhang Bin to use his name to have anything to do with her. For today's lunch, Zhang Bin ordered 2 cold noodles, a plate of dried tofu in chili oil, and a plate of marinated beef. After Yang Ming took a bite, he praised. The taste was so authentic. "Zhang Bin, the restaurant downstairs has good culinary skills," Yang Ming said while eating. "Of course, we don't feel anything when we order. If you eat downstairs, there may not be a seat at lunchtime." Zhang Bin said, "Is there any delicious snack bar near your home? You also know that I don't have much spare money. How can I afford to eat in a restaurant? I will go back in 2 days. There should be some." Yang Ming and Zhang Bin didn't need to hide. They were classmates for 3 years. Who didn't know each other? Zhang Bin didn't mean to make fun of Yang Ming. "Huh, this time you're rich. You will have to treat me in the future. Do you still need to say it?" "Oh yeah, you have to pay for the driving lessons first. I will take out my bank card and return it to you." After Yang Ming came back from his trip, he kept his bank card in the drawer. He didn't need it at the moment, so he didn't bring it with him. "Of course, it's not a problem. How much money is that?" "I think my dad will pay for it," Zhang Bin said indifferently. In the afternoon, Zhang Jiefeng's driver came to pick them up. They went to Flying Fish driving school together. The Flying Fish driving school was not considered old. It was only established in 2000, but it was very famous in Songjiang City. Although it was a second-class driving school, the facilities inside were very complete. There was a sealed cement driving field and a simulated test environment. Zhang Bin already knew about it on the internet, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he was relieved. Some people said that driving school was just a way to get a license, but Yang Ming thought that it was good to learn more. Yang Ming felt that the environment here was good. After discussing with Zhang Bin, they went through the admission procedures. The tuition fee was 2,980 yuan. After they submitted their photo and ID, the staff helped them with the admission procedures. Just like what Zhang Bin said, Zhang Jiefeng had already prepared the learning fees. He asked the driver to pay for it. Since it was the elder's intention, Yang Ming couldn't reject it. Moreover, if he insisted on paying himself, it would be difficult for the driver. The first day of class was mainly to receive theoretical training. There were many instructors in flying fish driving school. Most of them were one-on-one. So for people like Yang Ming, they could learn as they pleased. Since there were many cars in a large space, they could only teach. Among the jade stones that Yang Ming brought back from Yunnan this time, many of them were of good quality. Jade stones were weird. Jade stones with poor quality could be sold for a good price through fine polishing and carving. But jade stones with good quality, if they were polished and carved, it would devalue its value. The reason was simple. If the sculptor's standard couldn't improve, the jade stone would be ruined. Therefore, jade of good quality would not need to be processed after it had been roughly polished. This way, the jade could be sold directly to those who truly understood jade, where the content of the engraving could be customized according to the wishes of the real buyer. In Yang Ming's batch of jade, there were at least 3 or 4 pieces of this kind of top-grade jade. Zhang Jiefeng's batch also had 1 or 2 pieces. As for these pieces of jade, Zhang Jiefeng only took pictures and deposited them in the bank. The rest of the jade stones weren't ideal, so they were processed into jade pendants, bracelets, and other handicrafts according to the plan. However, this kind of mid-quality, well-processed jewelry was also the most popular. Although the profit margin was not particularly high, the goods moved very quickly. In addition to the customization service, many people could pre-order their favorite patterns. So, when this batch of jade stones was on the shelves, half of them were sold. Zhang Jiefeng felt guilty because he lost Yang Ming's jadeite. So he sold Yang Ming's jadeite first. Anyway, Yang Ming's jadeite wasn't a lot, so they were sold out quickly. Even these middle-quality jadeite were sold for more than 260,000 yuan. Zhang Jiefeng didn't plan to ask for the crafting fee and service fee. This time, he was helping Yang Ming. Moreover, Zhang Jiefeng didn't lack this money. Compared to Yang Ming's jadeite, Zhang Jiefeng's gambling pieces were inferior. Yang Ming's jadeite was sold for more than 200,000 yuan. Zhang Jiefeng's jadeite quantity was more than 10 times that of Yang Ming's, but it could only be sold for about 200,000 yuan. Because there were too many bad jadeite, even if it was processed, it wouldn't be of good quality. So, Zhang Jiefeng sold it to the small jade merchants at 10 yuan per piece. In other words, Zhang Jiefeng's trip to Liang Jinya's, excluding the cost of 100,000 yuan, excluding the labor and transportation, he only earned 200,000 yuan. This was the result of Yang Ming giving him 2 good jadeite pieces. If he didn't give the 2 good jadeite pieces to the bank, this trip would only make a profit of 100,000 yuan. So, jade gambling wasn't easy to earn money. Most people couldn't earn much from jade gambling. At the same time, Zhang Jiefeng couldn't help but sigh at Yang Ming's good luck. He was so lucky. 10,000 yuan immediately increased by 26 times. This didn't include the best quality jadeite and the 4 good jadeite pieces. Yang Ming had been learning from Zhang Bin at the driving school these few days. He left early and returned late every day. He looked like a worker, so Yang Ming's parents didn't have any doubts. Especially when they saw Zhang Jiefeng's chauffeur driving him back, they didn't have any doubts. As for Lan Ling, Yang Ming tried his best to spend time with her. Although Lan Ling was very clingy, she knew that Yang Ming had his own things to do. Every time after they were together, she hoped that Yang Ming would stay, but she never said it out loud. Zhang Jiefeng transferred the money from the sale to Yang Ming's bank account. At this point, Yang Ming was considered to have a small fortune, at least among his peers, who said that the university was full of rich kids. That was a fantasy novel. For someone like Yang Ming, having a few 100,000 yuan, he was considered rich. Chapter 137. In a university, there were only a few rich kids. There might only be a dozen of them in the entire school. Most of them were children from working-class families. Like Zhang Bin, there might be a few who came from a well-off family, but there wouldn't be too many of them. Therefore, Yang Ming's personal savings of a few 100,000 was considered rich among the students. During the time when he was learning to drive with Zhang Bin, Yang Ming tried not to think about Chun Mingyan and himself. Half a month passed quickly. It was time for the college entrance exam results to be released. Although Yang Ming didn't really want to face it, he had to face it. When he arrived at school today, it was inevitable that he would have to interact with Chun Mingyan. However, Yang Ming gritted his teeth. I'm a man. What's there to be afraid of? If I'm afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, I won't have any future. On the morning of the 25th, Zhang Bin drove Zhang Jiefang's Chrysler 300C to Yang Ming's house. After this period of learning, Zhang Bin was familiar with driving such a self-driving car. Although he was still driving without a license, as long as he didn't get into an accident, no one would notice. Although the price of the Chrysler wasn't very high, it was really cool to drive. It was even cooler than a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. The retro design of the old car and the big exhaust grid attracted the attention of others. Especially when it was parked at the side of the school, many students were envious. Zhang Bin enjoyed this feeling very much. When he was in school, Zhang Jiefang never drove him to and from school. He also controlled his pocket money very much. Therefore, Zhang Bin didn't show off. But today, Zhang Bin actually drove himself to school. Many girls started to have ideas about Zhang Bin. They were going to university soon. There weren't so many taboos from high school. It was normal for university students to fall in love. Therefore, many people wanted to use this opportunity to contact their sweetheart and see if they could be together in the future. The thoughts of high school students and college students were obviously different. High school girls generally like handsome boys who were good at studying and sports, but college girls considered more. They believed that a man's looks didn't matter. The most important thing was that he had money. Obviously, Zhang Bin met this condition. Of course, even though Zhang Bin wasn't as manly as Yang Ming, he was still considered decent. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Bin got out of the car, many girls began to inquire about Zhang Bin's background. Coincidentally, when Yang Ming got out of the car, another luxurious Mercedes-Benz stopped beside Zhang Bin's Chrysler. The person who got out of the car was Wang Jitao. When Wang Jitao saw Yang Ming, he was obviously stunned. It was the same for Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming had decided to take the initiative, so he reacted quickly. His face returned to normal. Wang Jitao, it's you. Why? You haven't seen me for half a month, and you have already forgotten your brother? Wang Jitao was stunned. Fuck! What happened to Yang Ming? Did he take the wrong medicine? He has never been so warm to me before, right? Could it be that I am hallucinating? Wang Jitao really wanted to give himself a big slap to check if he was in a dream. Hee, you also learned to drive? Yang Ming saw that Zhang Biao didn't come today, and Wang Jitao drove himself, so he asked. Wang Jitao pinched his arm fiercely. It was very painful. It seemed that he wasn't dreaming. Ugh. Wang Jitao's reaction was fast, but since Yang Ming didn't want to be hostile, then Wang Jitao didn't need to be hostile with him on the spot. Hee, yeah, I already have a driver's license. My dad has already given me the car. I will take you for a ride when I am free. Hee, that's good. Yang Ming nodded. How is it? How was the college entrance examination? Is there any problem with Tsinghua University? When this was mentioned, Wang Jitao felt aggrieved. Shouldn't I be admitted to Tsinghua University? At least I can get into Nankai University and Fudan University, but I didn't expect to be reduced to the point where I have to pay for a joint school. Don't mention it. I had a bad cold on the day of the exam. As a result, I didn't perform well. I only got around 200 points. Wang Jitao smiled bitterly. I can't even get into a third division university. When the results came out on the 25th, the score could be checked through the score inquiry system. Yang Ming knew that he could definitely get into Songjiang Industry University, so he didn't even bother to check. What a pity, Yang Ming said with regret. He scolded in his heart, What do you mean by retribution? You're a typical example. It's nothing. But Yang Ming, your results must be good, right? Which university are you going to apply to? Wang Jitao wasn't happy in his heart. Isn't it because of you that I didn't perform well? I applied to Songjiang Industry University. Zhangbin too. I am going to the joint school of Songjiang Industry University and XX College. Yang Ming said, What about you? Are you going to repeat a year? Hey, that's a coincidence. The three of us are schoolmates again. I am also going to the joint school of Songjiang Industry University and XX College. Wang Jitao said in his heart, I am going to the same school as you again. I'm so fucking unlucky. Your results are also going to the joint school. Isn't that a pity? You're different from Zhangbin. You have the ability, but you didn't perform well. I believe that if you repeat next year, it won't be a problem for you to go to Tsinghua University or Peking University. Yang Ming's intention was to make fun of Wang Jitao. No matter how good the ability was, it was useless if the score couldn't go up. But these words were different in Wang Jitao's ears. This guy thought that Yang Ming was sincerely comforting him. Although it was somewhat inexplicable, he said very sincerely, Thank you for your concern, but I will inherit my family's business in the future. It doesn't matter where I go to school. It's just a life experience. Hey, I was waiting for you to say that. Yang Ming smiled in his heart. If you really go to Beijing, I won't be willing. I am ready to take revenge on you. The closer you are to me, the easier it is for me to do it. If you were to run away, who would reimburse me for my travel expenses? That's right. You and Zhangbin's family have the same idea. Zhangbin's family also has the same idea. Yang Ming nodded. Zhangbin, I didn't know that your family is also rich. Chrysler 300C. Although it's not as valuable as my Mercedes-Benz, it's not bad. Wang Jitao patted Zhangbin's shoulder and smiled. Idiot, Zhangbin scolded in his heart. Don't you just want to show off in front of me? However, Zhangbin didn't say anything on the surface. Who asked Wang Jitao's family to be really rich? The three of them came to the long-lost classroom together. When they met their former classmates, everyone greeted each other. Those with good grades were everywhere to inquire about other people's grades. Those with bad grades could only sit in the corner and sigh. However, in general, the atmosphere in the classroom was quite harmonious because there was no tension before the college entrance examination. After the adjustment of the holidays, everyone looked refreshed. When they arrived at the classroom, Yang Ming and Wang Jitao separated. Wang Jitao belonged to the kind of person who had a good relationship with others. He was also a class cadre, so he became the focus of everyone when he entered the classroom. Yang Ming belonged to the ranks of the bad students. Although his grades improved quickly, his notoriety was spread far and wide. Few people were willing to talk to him. Yang Ming, Chen Mengyan is sitting there. Don't you want to interact with her? Zhangbin pointed at Chen Mengyan, who wasn't far away. Interact with what? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He really didn't know what to do, but his subconscious didn't intend to give up Chen Mengyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have applied to Songjiang Industry University. With Yang Ming's current grades, entering Beijing wasn't a big problem. I really don't understand you. Bro, are you doing this because of Lan Ling? Are you really that loyal? Zhangbin asked with some disbelief. Don't tell me you don't like Chen Mengyan. Don't think too much. It's not what you think. Actually, Yang Ming just finished his sentence when he saw Chen Mengyan standing behind Zhangbin. Chen Mengyan saw Yang Ming come into the classroom just now. She was very happy, so she sat there waiting for Yang Ming to talk to her. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Ming still didn't come. Chen Mengyan was anxious. Is he still angry with me? He won't be so petty, right? A girl is reserved, but that's only when her heart hasn't really fallen in love with someone. Once she had someone in her heart, her reserved exterior would be torn apart. Chen Mengyan hated Yang Ming very much. Why didn't I see you being such a male chauvinist before. When you were pursuing me, you were so obedient. Now that you got me, you didn't care about me at all. It's so annoying. But being angry was just being angry. Chen Mingyin's heart couldn't give up this feeling. After hesitating, she decided to take the initiative to find Yang Ming, just like the time when she asked him a question. So Chen Mingyin got up and walked to Yang Ming. When she heard Zhang Bin ask Yang Ming, "Do you not like Chen Mingyin?" Chen Mingyin's heart immediately tightened. Chapter 138. At this moment, she finally understood how important Yang Ming was to her. Yeah, I fell in love with Yang Ming long ago. It was just that I didn't know how to cherish him when he was by my side. Now that we were apart, Chen Mingyin felt how happy she was with Yang Ming, although Yang Ming occasionally made some unreasonable requests. Now that I think about it, normal couples should be like this. When Chen Mingyin heard Yang Ming say, "It's not what you think," she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mingyin, are you looking for me?" Although Yang Ming was embarrassed, he couldn't let a girl stand in front of him, right? "Yang Ming, I heard that you and Zhang Bin went to Yunnan. When did you come back?" Chen Mingyin tried to make her expression normal. "I've been back for more than half a month." Yang Ming scratched his head. When Zhang Bin saw Chen Mingyin coming over, he quickly found a chair for Chen Mingyin and let her sit next to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was in the last row. He had a small independent table. There was no one next to him, so it was convenient for Chen Mingyin to sit here. "Then why didn't you contact me when you came back?" Chen Mingyin's heart tightened. "Didn't you know that I was looking for you? I didn't go online." Yang Ming smiled. How'd you know that I found you online?" Chen Mingyin deliberately pretended to smile and looked at Yang Ming casually. But her heart was very uncomfortable. Yang Ming obviously realized that he made a mistake. It wasn't easy to lie in front of a smart girl. Thus, he changed the topic and said, "I've been learning how to drive with Zhang Bin at the driving school. I've been so busy. Okay, I don't blame you." Chen Mingyin's tone was like that of a resentful wife. If it was before, he would have started to let his imagination run wild again. But now, his heart couldn't help but sink. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Chen Mingyin saw that Yang Ming's mood was not very good, so she took the initiative to change the topic. "Which university are you going to apply to?" "Don't you know which university I apply for?" Yang Ming gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. "Motherfucker, I've never been afraid of anyone since I was young. Wasn't it just a heart voodoo? To hell with his grandmother. Flirting with girls is a great pleasure in life. If this pleasure is gone, what's the point of life?" Chen Mingyin saw that Yang Ming had returned to his original glib tone. She couldn't help but be happy. "How would I know? You scored 697. 5 points in the college entrance exam. It's more than 10 points higher than me. Your score is enough to enter the capital. You know my score?" Yang Ming was stunned. It seemed that Chen Mingyin was still silently paying attention to him. He was excited. "Your score is enough to enter the capital, right? I already said that I don't want to be too far away from home, so I definitely applied to Songjiang Industry University." Chen Mingyin shrugged and said, "But your score is considered to be one of the top in our school. I heard that the highest score in Songjiang City this year is 709 points. Oh, you're just tricking me. Zhang Bin and I have already decided to go to Songjiang Industry University together." Yang Ming smiled and said, "We are schoolmates again." "Zhang Bin? He is going to Songjiang Industry University?" Chen Mingyin was stunned. She knew about Zhang Bin's score. He was always at the bottom of the class. He was on par with the original Yang Ming. "I didn't mean to be sarcastic. Don't misunderstand." Chen Mingyin was afraid that Zhang Bin would have some thoughts after hearing it, so she quickly added a sentence. Of course, he couldn't pass the normal exam, but he is in the joint school of Songjiang Industry University and XX College. We usually have classes together, but there are some differences in the graduation certificates." Yang Ming explained. "I know the one you were talking about." Chen Mingyin nodded. "That's great. We're classmates again." After a while, the people in the classroom were almost there. The class teacher, Teacher Li, also came. Today, most of the students' seats were mixed together. Among the students, there were their own small circles. Because today was no longer a high school life, there was no need to be so restrained. Chen Mingyan didn't return her seat. She still sat next to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan had thought it through these days. Since she decided to be with Yang Ming, why did she have to be so secretive? Teacher Li glanced at the students who sat together in the classroom and didn't say anything. The college entrance examination was over. Teacher Li wouldn't ask for these small things. Presumably, everyone has known the college entrance examination results, right? It is now the information age. It is not like the past where you have to come to school to check your score. Teacher Li smiled. There are many channels to know the results. You can check it by phone or online. I won't say much. First of all, I would like to congratulate those who have achieved ideal results. Also, for those who didn't do well, don't be discouraged. Education is very open now. There are many joint ventures between famous universities. If you can't do well, you can still repeat your studies. I just hope that you can find a suitable path for yourself. I have a recruitment brochure here. Not only are there public universities, but there are also some private universities and joint ventures. You can refer to it and fill in your application form. It will be sent to everyone together with the application form. Go back and discuss with your parents. Fill it in and send it to me. Teacher Li divided the recruitment brochure, college entrance examination application guide, and the application form into several stacks and let the students in each group pass them down. Most of the students had already chosen the university they wanted to apply to. Most of them were those with good grades and those with bad grades. Those with good grades had a goal before the college entrance examination. Those with bad grades had basically found their own place during this period of time. Only those with average grades were wavering and hesitating. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan belonged to those with good grades. Zhang Bin belonged to those with good prospects. Therefore, when the recruitment brochure was given to the three of them, it was like a piece of scrap paper. Of course, this kind of thing was most valuable to those who were wavering. Teacher Li also talked about some things to take note of when filling in the application form. These were things that everyone had to pay attention to. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan also took notes very carefully. When all the important matters were finished, Teacher Li said, "The intense college entrance examination is over." A few teachers in the third year of high school have discussed in private and are preparing to organize a camping trip. Everyone is willing to participate. Wang Jitao will count the names in a while. Of course, we can't go too far. The specific camping location will be West Star Mountain in Litong County of Songjiang City. The round-trip fare is 20 yuan. The other activities will be decided when we reach the destination. When Teacher Li's voice fell, there was a burst of discussion in the classroom. In fact, everyone had long wanted to have such an activity. In the past, when they were in their first year of high school, there would be a camping trip in April or May every year. However, the third year of high school was busy studying. Everyone was preparing for the college entrance examination, so the camping trip plan had to be put on hold. Just before Teacher Li came, some of the students who were close to each other were planning to go out and have fun. However, they lacked a unified person to organize it. Yes, Wang Jitao was a good choice as the class monitor. However, because he failed in the college entrance examination, he felt that he lost face and didn't have the interest to organize it. Now that Teacher Li brought it up, it was exactly what everyone wanted. After all, they were students who lived and studied together for 3 years. They had some feelings for each other. Everyone attached great importance to this last group activity, because soon, everyone would go their separate ways. A lot of people would go to other universities. In the future, it would be impossible to have such a group gathering with so many people. Although Wang Jitao wasn't in a good mood, at least he had a place to settle down, so he nodded and agreed. Yang Ming, are you going? Zhang Bin turned around and asked. Zhang Bin and Yang Ming belonged to the group of poor students. For a provincial key high school like Songjiang. For high school, there weren't many students of this type. There were only 2 or 3 of them in a class. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't fit in with the others. Originally, Yang Ming didn't want to go. He didn't have any relationship with this group of people. However, when he saw Chen Mingyan's eager eyes, Yang Ming nodded and said, "I'm going. Why wouldn't I go? I've been learning how to drive all day. Just treat it as a relaxing time. Then I'm going too. Zhang Bin had always followed Yang Ming's lead. Sister-in-law, are you going too? Zhang Bin suddenly added another sentence. Huh? Chen Mingyan was stunned. This title hadn't been mentioned by Zhang Bin for a long time. The last time was when they were watching a movie. At that time, when Zhang Bin called her that, Chen Mingyan was quite dissatisfied. However, when she heard it now, there was a hint of sweetness in her heart. I'm a class committee member. Of course I'm going. Chen Mingyan almost said, if Yang Ming is going, of course I'm going too. Fortunately, her reaction was faster. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but secretly stare at Zhang Bin. It's all your fault. Why did you call me sister-in-law? You're messing with my thoughts. After explaining the official matters, Teacher Li asked Wang Jitao to start counting the list of people who were going to the camping trip. In the class, except for the students who had already booked a travel agency, the rest of the students signed up for the camping trip. Which student didn't have 20 yuan in their pocket now? Therefore, Wang Jitao directly collected the money for the bus. When he walked to Yang Ming's seat, he saw Chen Mingyan sitting next to Yang Ming. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship. He frowned slightly. He was very angry in his heart. The framing incident that he created didn't create any trouble. Instead, he almost got himself involved. Chapter 139. However, on the surface, he still said very politely, Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, you two go too? Go. Yang Ming opened his wallet and took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Wang Jitao. He pointed to Zhang Bin and said, it's for the three of us. Now that Yang Ming had become a small amount, Zhang Bin didn't argue with him and let him spend money with peace of mind. However, Wang Jitao watched Yang Ming take out money and found it inconceivable. Hadn't this guy always been extremely poor? Why did he suddenly become generous? Yes, he must want to act cool in front of Chen Mingyan. Don't you like to act cool? Then I'll give you a chance to act cool. When the time comes, I'm afraid you won't be able to act cool. Wang Jitao really had the talent of a young schemer. He instantly thought of an idea to mess with Yang Ming. Although his scheme was immature and flawed in the eyes of many adults, he was considered one of the best among his peers. Hey, what's wrong? Yang Ming, have you made a fortune recently? Wang Jitao flattered. On the surface, he was asking Yang Ming, but in fact, he was saying, why are you acting cool when you don't have money? What do you mean by rich? How can my small business compare to yours? How could Yang Ming not hear the sarcasm in Wang Jitao's words? He also replied indifferently. The meaning was obvious. My money was earned by myself. You rely on your family. But Wang Jitao didn't think so. He underestimated Yang Ming's IQ. He thought that Yang Ming was a simple-minded, well-developed idiot. Was Yang Ming an idiot? The answer was no. The reason why Wang Jitao could succeed in framing him at the Heavenly World Hotel was mainly because Yang Ming wasn't cautious enough. To put it bluntly, Yang Ming regarded Wang Jitao as his classmate. He didn't think that Wang Jitao could violate the law to frame him. Yang Ming used to be at the bottom of society, but at that time, the way to solve problems was with fists, just like the first time Wang Jitao found Zhang Yuliang to teach him a lesson. The incident at the Heavenly World Hotel made Yang Ming understand that these rich young masters really dared to do anything. It was crazy to a certain extent, so he was really on guard against Wang Jitao. So Wang Jitao naturally took Yang Ming's words as a compliment and said proudly, yes, but I have to wait until I graduate from university to inherit the family business. At that time, if you can't find a job, it's just a matter of a word from me. I can arrange a manager for you. Is that so? Then I have to thank President Wang. Yang Ming said lightly. He thought, wait for you to inherit the family business? At that time, whether your family's Xiongfeng group exists or not is still a matter. In 3 years, Yang Ming still couldn't do anything. Then it would be a waste of the magical glasses that God gave him. Well said. Wang Jitao didn't know that Yang Ming was thinking about how to kill him and thought that Yang Ming was sincerely loyal to him. Oh, right, after school, let's go to the supermarket to buy some things. I have a car. No need. Zhangbin also has a car. How can I trouble the class monitor? Yang Ming smiled and rejected Wang Jitao's good intentions. Although Yang Ming didn't think about how to deal with Chen Mingyan, but even if he didn't, he couldn't let Wang Jitao take advantage of it. In Yang Ming's subconscious, Chen Mingyan was already his private property. Wang Jitao was rejected, so naturally, he couldn't shamelessly follow. This was the difference between him and Yang Ming. If it was Yang Ming, he would definitely follow with a clear conscience. A tree without bark will definitely die, and a shameless person is invincible. On the way to the supermarket, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan sat in the back of the car. Zhang Bin, the third wheel, had a "I'm the driver, it's none of my business" look, which made Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan laugh. Although the car was spacious, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan tacitly sat very close to each other. Smelling Chen Mingyan's refreshing body fragrance, Yang Ming's heart began to sway again. Most men were impulsive animals when it came to lust, especially a hot-blooded young man like Yang Ming. His resistance to the opposite sex was very weak. At this moment, Yang Ming really forgot about Lan Ling and forgot about the damn voodoo. He also remembered a month ago, the time when he went to the supermarket with Chen Mingyan before the movie. It was also the time when they went to the supermarket and what happened in the movie theater that made a big breakthrough in their relationship. Yang Ming was sure that Chen Mingyan liked him. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe that a girl who didn't have feelings for him would help him hit the airplane in the movie theater. Even if there was the cause of the accidental injury, if their relationship didn't reach that point, there wouldn't be such a result. Moreover, looking at Chen Mingyan's concern for him, Yang Ming was even more convinced of this point. At this moment, Chen Mingyan was also a little restless. Her body was stiff. The comfort of the Chrysler wasn't reflected in her body at all. Chen Mingyan was also nervous. Yeah, I'm not a high school student anymore. I'm going to college soon. Logically, I can fall in love. Then, is Yang Ming and I considered to be in a relationship now? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan, who was a little blushing, very emotionally. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to hold Chen Mingyan's little hand. Chen Mingyan's palm was already sweaty. The moment Yang Ming touched it, Chen Mingyan's body trembled slightly. Although the car was inevitably bumpy on the road, it had to be said that the Chrysler, the model of a luxury business car, did a very good job in the aspect of shock absorption. So Chen Mingyan's reaction naturally didn't escape Yang Ming's discerning eyes. Chen Mingyan's reaction made Yang Ming more excited. If Chen Mingyan obediently let him take advantage of her, Yang Ming would feel that it was meaningless. Now, Chen Mingyan's shy attitude made Yang Ming feel the excitement of first love. The ultimate goal of love wasn't to sleep with a woman. This kind of ambiguous process in love was the most enjoyable. Surprise, joy, and stimulation of the soul were the supreme realm that men and women in love pursued. His union with Lan Ling was a coincidence that was barely satisfactory. Although the two of them developed feelings for each other later on, it was the standard case of sex first, then love. With Lan Ling, this little elf, Yang Ming was more of a sensory stimulation. Because the two people had already gone to bed, it was unlikely that they would go back and enjoy the feeling of love again. In front of Yang Ming, Lan Ling was not so shy. Lan Ling always cooperated with Yang Ming's caresses and kisses. Although Yang Ming also enjoyed it very much, there was still something missing between the two people. It was a big regret. Between Yang Ming and Lan Ling, it was more of a warm relationship. They made love crazily, just like a couple who had directly entered the state of passionate love. Chen Mingyan was different. Yang Ming felt his heart beat and a little bit of embarrassment when he was with her now. Holding Lan Ling's hand, Yang Ming only felt very warm. But holding Chen Mingyan's hand, Yang Ming felt a passion that he had never felt before. Chen Mingyan had the same feeling as Yang Ming at the moment. Curiosity, excitement, and a little bit of nervousness. The small hand that was held by Yang Ming was already soaked with sweat. Although the air conditioner was on in the car, Chen Mingyan felt very hot. Yes, very hot. It was so hot that her face was burning. Yang Ming put Chen Mingyan's small hand on his leg and gently played with it. He hooked his finger and scratched the palm of her hand, causing Chun Mingyin's beautiful eyes to turn slightly. But she couldn't help but cooperate with Yang Ming. This kind of little action behind Zhang Bin's back made the two of them very happy. For a while, Yang Ming pinched Chun Mingyin's little finger. For a while, Chun Mingyin tapped Yang Ming's palm with her index finger. However, on the surface, the two looked forward with tacit understanding. Zhang Bin was somewhat inexplicable. What happened to these two people? And this little secret between lovers made Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin's heart full of sweetness. Chapter 140. Don't be like this, you two. At a traffic light, Zhang Bin stopped the car and looked back at the serious Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin with a wry smile. Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin were shocked at the same time. Could it be that Zhang Bin's eyes have the function of a periscope? Can he turn? We were discovered just because we held hands? Don't be like strangers who don't know each other. We're not outsiders. Fuck. Zhang Bin felt very uncomfortable, as if he was a light bulb. If you really can't do it, you can treat me as air. Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin were relieved at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled tacitly. This was because only the two of them knew what they were doing. The two of them squeezed each other's hand at the same time as if to encourage each other to continue this ambiguity. Don't talk nonsense. The light has changed. Aren't you afraid that the driver behind you will scold you? Yang Ming pointed at the signal light that had turned yellow. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Ming's voice fell, there was a beep, beep, beep sound from behind. Zhang Bin was a novice after all. He was nervous and mistook the brake for the accelerator. The car extinguished. Fuck, an automatic car can extinguish a fire? Zhang Bin scolded as he restarted the engine. The sound of the horn behind him was continuous. The more you honked, the slower I got. Zhang Bin still started the car calmly. There was a taxi behind. It had no choice but to turn around and try to overtake Zhang Bin. But it didn't expect Zhang Bin's car to jump out and hit the back bumper of the taxi in front with a dong sound. Anyone who had ever driven a car knew how annoying it was for a taxi to cut in and merge with another lane. But on the other hand, taxis were racing against time to make a living. So the general veteran driver could understand, but the novice hated it. Zhang Bin was like that. He was very unhappy. Would it kill you to wait a little longer? Now, not only was he driving without a license, but he had also caused a ruckus. Perhaps his car would be ruined just like that. Zhang Bin got out of the car, and so did the taxi driver in front. The two of them started to argue. Brother Kuan, when Yang Ming saw the taxi driver in front of him, he immediately knew what was going on. In Zhang Bin's current situation, he was basically fully responsible. The taxi driver had no responsibility at all. Therefore, Yang Ming was also worried that the other party would call the police. Brother Yang Ming? Sun Kuan was also stunned. He didn't expect that the person who came down from the car behind was actually Yang Ming. Brother Kuan, I'm sorry. My friend is a newbie. He just graduated from driving school. Yang Ming patted Zhang Bin's shoulder. Hey, it turns out that you all know each other. Sun Kuan smiled and nodded at Zhang Bin. What else is there to say? Newbies are all like this. I also started from that time. When Zhang Bin saw that Yang Ming knew the taxi driver, he was a little embarrassed. Although he was unhappy that the taxi overtook his car, he also learned about traffic law in driving school. He knew that it was his responsibility, so he scratched his head and said, Brother Kuan, my name is Zhang Bin. I'm Big Ming's brother. I'm sorry. Do you want to get your car fixed? What's there to fix? It's just some paint. My car is a Jetta, not a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. It won't affect it. Sun Kuan waved his hand and said, If there's nothing else, let's disperse first. We're blocking the traffic here. That's fine. How about I give you the money for the paint? Do you have time to do it yourself? Zhang Bin smiled. Didn't you say so? You and Yang Ming are brothers, and I have a good relationship with Yang Ming. Then we're friends. If that's the case, how can I ask you for the 30-50 yuan for the paint? Isn't this the same as slapping my face? Sun Kuan said, Let's do this first. Let's find an opportunity to get together one day. Yang Ming knew that Sun Kuan was a forthright person. He pulled Zhang Bin and said, Yeah, How can we push each other for a few dozen yuan between brothers? Hee hee, that's true. Then I'll treat you one day. Let's drink together. Zhang Bin smiled. That's great. Sun Kuan saw that Zhang Bin drove a high-end car, but he didn't look down on the taxi driver. He was very happy. Yang Ming, you bring your sister-in-law too. I'll bring your sister-in-law too. Chen Mingyan didn't know that Yang Ming knew Sun Kuan. She was a little worried in the car, so she followed. When she heard Sun Kuan say to Yang Ming, bring your sister-in-law, she couldn't help but be suspicious. This is Zhang Bin's girlfriend, right? Not bad. You're not inferior to your sister-in-law at all. Sun Kuan looked at Chen Mingyan and said to Zhang Bin. Huh? Zhang Bin was stunned. Chen Mingyan was stunned. Yang Ming was even more stunned. Seeing that Chen Mingyan frowned slightly and looked at him, Yang Ming thought, this is the end. Lan Ling's matter hasn't been solved yet, and Sun Kuan brought Zhao Ying into it. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you guys? Sun Kuan saw that the three of them were looking at each other without saying a word. He was somewhat inexplicable. Have the two of them never seen your sister-in-law? Zhang Bin reacted first. He thought that Sun Kuan was talking about Lan Ling, so he quickly coughed twice and said, that? Brother Kuan, let me introduce you. This is my sister-in-law, Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming's girlfriend, huh? This time it was Sun Kuan's turn to be stunned. What the hell is going on? Did Yang Ming change his girlfriend? And it seems that the current girlfriend doesn't seem to know the existence of the previous one. Or is brother Yang Ming two-timing? Thinking of this, Sun Kuan's back was sweating coldly. My broken mouth, why is it so broken? Why did I blabber so much? This is so annoying. It's almost like I'm in debt. That I suddenly remember that I still have something to do. I have to go first. Let's keep in touch by phone. Sun Kuan knew that he was in trouble, so it was better to leave quickly. After Sun Kuan left, Zhang Bin looked helpless, Yang Ming looked embarrassed, and Chen Mingyan got into the car with a gloomy face. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Yang Ming actually had no choice. Zhang Bin saw that the two of them didn't speak, so he kindly advised. But this wasn't persuasion, it was simply adding trouble. Yang Ming really wanted to give this guy a good kick. What do you mean by having no choice? This is getting worse. In order to prevent Zhang Bin from saying something idiotic, Yang Ming quickly spoke first. Mingyan, you were wrong. The person that Sun Kuan said was Sister Ying. Sister Ying? Chen Mingyan actually really hoped that Yang Ming would explain to her. So, although her face was gloomy and she pretended to be indifferent, her ears stood up like a little rabbit, paying attention to the movements on Yang Ming's side. So, when Yang Ming said that, Chen Mingyan subconsciously replied. But she immediately realized that something was wrong. Why did I act so impatient? I just fell in love and was eaten by him. What should I do in the future? It's Zhao Ying, our math teacher. Yang Ming explained. Fuck, bro, you were too awesome. You even got Zhao Ying? Like I said, Zhao Ying is too good to you. Zhang Bin was focused on driving, so he subconsciously said the words in his heart. But after he finished speaking, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Chen Mingyan was still sitting behind. Yang Ming was going crazy after listening to Zhang Bin's words. No one will treat you as a mute if you don't speak. Aren't you just looking for trouble for me? Do you think I am not messed up enough? It's over, it's messed up. Yang Ming glanced at Chen Mingyan, and he was slightly relieved. Chen Mingyan just looked at him with some suspicion, but she didn't get angry. This meant that Chen Mingyan didn't completely believe Zhang Bin's words. It was no wonder. The story of a teacher and a student getting together was more common only in YY novels. It wasn't that it didn't exist in real life, but it was too rare. Besides, Chen Mingyan also knew that many of the words of boys were exaggerated. So, it was just suspicion, but she didn't take it too seriously. This suspicion was only because Zhao Ying's age was about the same as theirs, and she was also beautiful. Otherwise, Chen Mingyan might not even think about it. Mingyan, in fact, I recognize Zhao Ying as my god-sister. During this time, the improvement of my math grades couldn't be separated from her tutoring me every day. You know this matter. Yang Ming thought about it and said, in fact, it's very simple. One night, Sistering finished tutoring me, and we had some supper at a food stall. Then, when we were taking a taxi, we happened to meet brother Sun Kun, and he misunderstood us as a couple. Why are you explaining this to me? Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's explanation, and her heart was immediately relieved. After all, what Yang Ming said was very reasonable. It seems that I am a busybody. Then, I won't explain next time. Yang Ming laughed. How could he not know Chen Mingyan's thoughts? You dare, Chen Mingyan blurted out, but her face turned red, and she changed her words. Whether you say it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 141. That's what I said. Boss is such a loyal person. How can he do something bad behind his sister-in-law's back? Zhang Bin saw that the atmosphere had eased, so he interrupted. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were sweating in their hearts after they heard it. This guy really knows how to change the rudder according to the wind. Zhang Bin parked the car in the free parking space in front of the Songjiang Zinmart supermarket. Although Zhang Bin's skills weren't that good, with the guidance of the security guard, he was able to park the car smoothly. The three of them had 2 trolleys and started to shop crazily. Zhang Bin was a pure carnivore. His eyes were always on the spicy barbecue and canned food. Yang Ming accompanied Chen Mingyan to the preserved fruits, apricots, and melon seeds. Buy this. This is more delicious. Yang Ming pointed at the preserved plum that he had eaten in the movie last time. And I also think that this tastes better. Chen Mingyan said as she picked up 2 bags and threw them into the trolley. Another couple who was shopping here passed by them. When they saw Chen Mingyan buying 2 bags of preserved plums, they couldn't help but ask, "Is this preserved plum delicious?" "It's okay. We both like it." Chen Mingyan nodded and looked at Yang Ming. "Husband, let's buy a few bags too?" The girl was a little moved when she heard Chen Mingyan's words. "You buy your own food. I don't like to eat this," the boy said with some difficulty. Look at how similar the taste of other couples are. Look at you. You don't like what I like to eat. How are you going to live in the future?" The girl was a little angry. "But you know, I really don't like to eat these sour things," the boy said helplessly. "Well, I will eat 2 pieces. That's more like it." The girl nodded happily. She also took 2 bags of preserved plums and put them in the trolley. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan looked at each other and smiled. The feeling of being praised as a model couple was very heartwarming. You two are so close. Seeing Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan exchanging amorous glances, the girl said with envy. That's right. What lovers needed the most was tacit understanding. The girl felt that she lacked this tacit understanding with her lover, so she shook her head helplessly. Because it was mostly Chen Mingyan who was shopping, Chen Mingyan had been pushing the trolley. However, as more and more things were placed on the trolley, it became difficult for her to push it alone. The trolley in the supermarket was very narrow. If 2 people were to push it side by side, it would be very awkward. Therefore, Yang Ming simply stood behind Chen Mingyan and stretched out his hands to hold the trolley as if he was hugging Chen Mingyan. The ambiguous action of the two made Chen Mingyan blush. Especially when they walked like this, the 2 people's bodies would inevitably touch. In particular, Chen Mingyan's buttocks would always touch Yang Ming's lower body. The 2 private parts kept rubbing, which made both of them have an inexplicable excitement. Men were animals who thought with their lower body. When they encountered a stunning beauty, especially when they were in close contact with Yang Ming, they would always have a physiological reaction. But girls were different. Only when they were with a man they liked, they would have sexual urges. Otherwise, there would only be disgust. When they came to a shelf, Chen Mingyan stopped to buy some jelly. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's white nape and began to be restless. One of his hands quietly left the trolley and slowly climbed Chen Mingyan's lower abdomen. A flat abdomen without a trace of fat, which was envied by even women. Chen Mingyan's breathing obviously became rapid. Being touched by the opposite sex so intimately made Chen Mingyan somewhat at a loss. However, Chen Mingyan didn't refuse. This feeling was very strange. There was a feeling of wanting to refuse but also being shy. Yang Ming's hands seemed to have magic, making Chun Mingyan confused. However, this made Chen Mingyan unable to shop in peace. She couldn't help but grumble. Okay, stop fooling around. I'm not fooling around. Yang Ming refused to admit it, but his hand moved little by little to the top of her breasts. Pa! Chen Mingyan reached out and slapped away Yang Ming's hand that was sneakily attacking her breasts. This is a supermarket. Do you think it's a movie theater? Yes, Chen Mingyan unconsciously remembered the incident in the movie theater, so she said it. But it seemed to be a bit inappropriate. The movie theater was not okay. So she added, the movie theater is not okay. Oh, Yang Ming felt a little funny. Then where is it okay? Anywhere is not okay. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming, but she was angry in her heart. You don't know where to go. How can I say it? Yang Ming didn't understand Chen Mingyan's thoughts. He smiled at her lecherously. The ambiguous atmosphere was very good, but at this time, Yang Ming's phone rang. Damn Zhangbin, why is he so annoying? Yang Ming muttered as he picked up the phone. He glanced at the caller ID and was stunned. It turned out to be Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan also had the same idea as Yang Ming. She hated Zhangbin. So, the innocent Zhangbin suddenly shivered inexplicably. Hello, what's the matter? Yang Ming picked up the phone and said in a low voice. Yes, how could he not have a guilty conscience? Now, he was dating Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming, I have that today. Can you help me buy some sanitary napkins? I can't go out. A pile of toilet paper is stuffed down there. It's so uncomfortable. Lan Ling's voice came from the phone. Yang Ming subconsciously put the phone close to his ear. Ugh. Okay, then I will bring it to you after I buy it. Yang Ming quickly agreed and then hung up the phone. What's the matter? Chen Mingyan had some doubts about Yang Ming's current expression. Why was Zhangbin so nervous when he called? No, nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. Zhangbin asked where we are. The unique Nokia tune ringtone sounded again. This time it was Zhangbin. Yang Ming had a cold sweat. Zhangbin, what are you doing today? Do you want me to die? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Zhangbin's loud voice sounded. Bro, where are you? I'm coming to find you. We are at the candy store. Yang Ming said. Then you wait for me. I will be there soon. Zhangbin said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan nervously. He saw that this girl's face was gloomy and her eyes were staring at him. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming could only pretend to ask. Why did you lie to me? Chen Mingyan said with a sullen face. Well, actually the first call wasn't made by Zhangbin. Yang Ming's mind was full of twists and turns. He was pondering how to get through this hurdle first. Then who made the call? Chen Mingyan pushed away Yang Ming's hand. It's one of my sisters. Yang Ming thought, love sisters are also considered sisters, right? Anyway, I didn't lie to you. If you really want to investigate in the future, I will tell the truth. Sister? Your sister called you. Why'd you hide it from me? Chen Mingyan was obviously suspicious. It's just that she asked me to do her a favor. I was a little embarrassed, so I didn't tell you. Yang Ming had already thought of a countermeasure. What favor? Chen Mingyan asked. She asked me to help her buy a few packs of sanitary pads. Yang Ming pretended to be embarrassed. In fact, his face was thicker than anyone else's. Oh, so it's like this. Chen Mingyan nodded. If what Yang Ming said was true, then it was very possible. After all, Yang Ming was a guy. It was really embarrassing to say that he bought sanitary pads for his sister. Therefore, Chen Mingyan could also understand. Why can't you say it? Last time, didn't you accompany me to buy it? That's also true. Then you can help me think about what to buy. To be honest, Yang Ming really didn't understand this. He couldn't distinguish between day and night use. That's right. You're a big man and you don't understand this. You should have said it earlier. I can't laugh at you. Chen Mingyan nodded and said, you wait here for Zhangbin. I will go and pick one for you. Okay. With Chen Mingyan's help, Yang Ming was naturally happy to be idle. However, the big wife helped the little wife buy sanitary pads, and the big wife was still in the dark. If this was known by Chen Mingyan, wouldn't the consequences be terrible? Shortly after Chen Mingyan left, Zhangbin came over. Bro, where is Chen Mingyan? She was driven away by you. Yang Ming scared him. Driven away by me? What happened? Zhang Bin was stunned. Lan Ling called me before. Ming Yan asked me. I said it was you who called and asked where we were. Yang Ming said, but then your call came in. Damn, then you confessed? It can't be right. Is this possible? You won't say that I forgot and called again? Zhang Bin said. Chapter 142. If I were to say that, it's not that you're retarded, it's that you think Ming Yan is retarded. Yang Ming shook his head and patted Zhang Bin's shoulder. Okay, I've already taken care of it. Don't worry. Wow, are you serious? So badass. Shouldn't Ming Yan agreed to let you two women share a husband? Zhang Bin was shocked. Such a lewd thing was realized by you? How is that possible? Do you have a brain? I just temporarily hid it from Ming Yan. Yang Ming shrugged. I said that Lan Ling is my sister and asked me to buy some sanitary pads for her. So that's the case. But boss, you can't drag it on like this. Zhang Bin nodded. What are you going to do? What else can I do? I'll take one step at a time. To be honest, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I can't give up on one of them, right? Yang Ming was helpless. I really don't know how to deal with this. Before I find a solution, I'll hide it for as long as I can. Okay, leave this secret job to me. I promise to complete the task. Zhang Bin patted his chest and said, for boss's plan of having two women share a husband, I, Zhang Bin, am duty-bound. What do you mean by having two women share a husband? Chen Mingyan threw 2 packs of sanitary pads into Yang Ming's cart and asked strangely. No, we're talking about the plot of a web novel. Yang Ming quickly signaled to Zhang Bin with his eyes. Oh yes, yes. It's a novel called Very Evolved. Fuck, that lewd author is purely a pervert. Zhang Bin cursed. You're not allowed to read unhealthy novels in the future. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. The three of them went to the cashier to settle the bill. Zhang Bin took out an Exxon Mart prepaid card from his wallet and said, I'll pay for it. My dad saved a few extra cards for his employees and gave it to me. If I don't spend it, it will expire. That's not a good idea, is it? Chen Mingyan hesitated. If Yang Ming paid, she might accept it, but Zhang Bin was an outsider. It's okay. Let him give it to me. Yang Ming didn't care. Chen Mingyan didn't understand the friendship between men. That's right. Between brothers, apart from their wives, what else can't we share? Zhang Bin grinned and winked at Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan blushed. Naturally, she knew that Zhang Bin was talking about her. She couldn't help but say, You're so annoying. After settling the bill, Yang Ming took out the sanitary pads and mixed the rest of the food together. Anyway, Zhang Bin had a car. He and Chen Mingyan didn't want to carry so many things around. Zhang Bin sent Chen Mingyan home first. Then, he drove Yang Ming to Songjiang Industry University. Isn't your life too carefree? Zhang Bin said to Yang Ming, who was in the passenger seat. Carefree? You'll know when you have such a day. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I still have the confidence to deal with Lan Ling, but you know Chen Mingyan's character. So, there's still a long way to go. Hee-hee-me. I'm not in a hurry to find a girlfriend. You know me. I like to have one-night stands. It's so exciting. There's no one to restrict me. I can do it whenever I want. Zhang Bin said lecherously. Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't comment on Zhang Bin's idea. To be honest, Yang Ming was still a very traditional man in his bones. Although he was a playboy and looked forward to having multiple wives, he cherished every woman around him. To put it bluntly, he belonged to the type who liked the new and didn't get tired of the old. If he had a woman, he would always have her. Even if he had a new one, he wouldn't throw away the old one. Therefore, now Yang Ming was in a dilemma. Was this considered betraying Lan Ling? What was the bottom line of the voodoo? This made Yang Ming very confused. These were the key to the problem. The car drove to the entrance of the community. Without a parking permit, Yang Ming let Zhang Bin go back first. He went to Lan Ling's residence. Lan Ling opened the door for Yang Ming. She turned around and walked into the house. What's wrong with you? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Lan Ling usually jumped on him when she saw him. What happened today? I'm bleeding down there. Lan Ling smiled bitterly. It's the first day. The volume is the biggest. I don't dare to move. Yang Ming understood. She didn't put on a sanitary pad. No wonder she didn't dare to do strenuous exercise. But this Lan Ling was too familiar with him. She could say this so naturally. I bought the sanitary pad for you. You put it on. Why do I feel a bit awkward when you walk like this? Yang Ming shook his head and said, Okay, you want me to put it on? I want you to carry me to the bathroom. Lan Ling turned around and extended her 2 hands. She looked at Yang Ming with her big watery eyes. Just carry me. Why are you acting like a child? With Yang Ming's strength, carrying the petite Lan Ling was a piece of cake. He easily carried her to the bathroom. Others said that women are like children for a few days. They need special care. Lan Ling said it like it was true. In fact, she made it up. Yang Ming didn't expose her. He liked Lan Ling's childishness. It gave him a different feeling. Yang Ming pulled down Lan Ling's underwear. He didn't think that changing the sanitary pad for his beloved girl was a shameful thing. Instead, it increased the fun between couples. Okay, I'll do it myself. You didn't even know how to do it. Lan Ling looked at the clumsy Yang Ming and smiled. She grabbed the sanitary pad from Yang Ming's hand and stuck it on her underwear. Then, she pulled it up. Don't you think that part of mine is dirty? After doing all this, Lan Ling asked faintly, Think that part of yours is dirty? How is that possible? Yang Ming didn't think about this problem at all. You are so good to me. Give me a kiss. Lan Ling returned to her usual lively self. She hugged Yang Ming and kissed him fiercely. You are the first man to change my sanitary pad. Sweat, how many more do you want? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed as he listened. Lan Ling was stunned. Then, she realized that her words were a little ambiguous. How could she ask another man to change such a private thing? So, she said, Of course there can only be one. But if you don't want to, then there won't be one. Yang Ming smiled. Then, he pointed to a plastic bag at the door and said, There is oatmeal for you there. Don't eat any cold food these few days. The oatmeal was recommended by Chun Ming Yen. It was said that when a girl was having her period, drinking a cup of hot oatmeal would make her feel much better. After chatting with Lan Ling for a while, Yang Ming was ready to go home. Yang Ming told Lan Ling about the camping trip tomorrow, but he didn't tell her about Chun Ming Yen. Yang Ming hadn't thought about how to say it. Before he was sure that he had completely grasped Lan Ling's heart, he didn't dare to take this risk. Moreover, there was the voodoo problem. Yang Ming had to be careful. Lan Ling didn't have any opinion. Don't worry and go have fun. My period is here, so we can't have sex. Ling Ling, what are you thinking? I didn't come to find you just for that. Yang Ming knew that Lan Ling didn't mean anything else, but he still explained, Actually, I'm already very satisfied to be able to see you and hug you. We don't have to do that. I just want you to relax and have fun. I don't mean anything else. As expected, Lan Ling quickly said, And it's good that you know my intentions. Yang Ming held Lan Ling's little head and kissed it fiercely. In fact, women who were on their period were the easiest to be aroused. Lan Ling, who was teased, had her eyes blurred. Yang Ming was shocked. He quickly let go of Lan Ling and said, Don't mess around. Aren't you using your body as a joke? Lan Ling was immediately sobered up by Yang Ming's shout. She stuck out her tongue. The more she was like this, the more Yang Ming loved Lan Ling. Lan Ling was very smart in some aspects, but she was cute in other aspects. This was obviously in line with the important characteristics of the best Lolita. When he returned home at night, Yang Ming felt a festive atmosphere. Yes, Yang Ming didn't care about his college entrance examination results, but someone did. Yang Ming was 100% sure that he could enter Songjiang Industry University, but Yang Ming's parents weren't very sure. Therefore, after Yang Ming went to school, Yang Dehai dialed the results hotline. When they learned that Yang Ming got 697, 5 points, Yang Dehai and Mother Yang showed a knowing smile. This result was enough to enter Beijing. Therefore, that night, Yang Dehai and Mother Yang prepared a big table of good dishes to celebrate. Big Ming, which university are you going to enter? When Yang Ming entered the door, Mother Yang couldn't wait to ask, Tsinghua University or Peking University? Tsinghua University? Yang Ming said, Mom, I don't want to go to Beijing. What? Don't want to go to Beijing? Mother Yang frowned. Chapter 143. Big Ming, your dad and I have asked around today. With your grades, you are guaranteed to enter Tsinghua University. Why don't you go to Beijing? Mother Yang frowned and looked at Yang Ming. Mom, I have thought about it. I am going to apply for Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming said firmly. Apply for Songjiang Industry University? Why? Tsinghua University and Peking University are more famous than Songjiang Industry University. Don't be stupid. Mother Yang said anxiously. Yes, Tsinghua University and Peking University are famous. In the future, when you look for a job, it will be more convenient. Yang Dehai also came over. Dad, Mom, I have decided to apply for Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming said. Zhang Bin and Chen Mingyan also applied for this university. Big Ming, are you talking about the study committee member in your class? You stayed in Songjiang for a woman? Mother Yang was a little angry. It is part of the reason, but not entirely. To be honest, if it was in the past, Yang Ming might have planned for his future. But now, he could choose not to go to university. With the ability he had now, he would not have to worry about food and clothing. Moreover, Lan Ling also rented a house here. Big Ming, have you thought about it? Yang Dehai sighed and asked. Dad, I have thought about it. Yang Ming said solemnly, I have thought about it carefully. Moreover, I plan to work with Uncle Zhang during my time in university. After graduation, I will go to his company. This is a good opportunity. I don't want to lose it. Yang Ming said this as an excuse, but Yang's father and Mother Yang believed it. Nowadays, the job market was getting more and more tense. Even if you graduated from a famous university, you still couldn't find a job. Yang Ming saw that his parents were hesitating, so he decided to give them a strong dose of medicine. Dad, Mom, I am really talented in identifying jade. I have helped Uncle Zhang earn a lot of money. In addition to the first month's salary, I was also given a big bonus. It was just given out today. I'm going to give it to you. Really? Yang Dehai also felt that what Yang Ming said made sense. Yang Dehai knew about the scale of Zhang Jiefang's company. Now, Yang Ming had more than 20 million yuan of fixed assets. If Yang Ming could work there, it would be a good home. Okay, then show me and your mother. How much did you get in your first month? Yang Ming took out a bank book that he had already prepared. When Zhang Jiefang transferred the 200,000 yuan to Yang Ming went to the bank to open another account and deposited 8,000 yuan in it. It wasn't that he didn't want to save more, but he was afraid that his parents wouldn't accept it. After all, his parents had raised him for 18 years. Now that Yang Ming could earn money on his own, his first thought was to be filial to his parents' Ming Can. Mother Yang happily took over the bank book. But let's make it clear. The first month's salary will belong to me and your dad. We will spend our son's money. Mom, even if you didn't mention it, I was going to give this money to you. The first month's salary should be given to both of you. Yang Ming's words weren't unreasonable. In China, many families had this tradition. After the children started working, they would give their first month's salary to their parents. That's good. Your dad, and I will accept it. As Mother Yang said this, she opened the bank book. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She said in horror, Yang Ming, did I see wrongly? Is this your 1 month's salary? Yes. Yang Ming sighed slightly. Luckily, he only saved 8,000 yuan. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to give his parents 100,000 yuan. Old Yang, look, did I count wrongly? 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. 8,000 yuan? Mother Yang passed the bank book to Yang Dehai. Big Ming, didn't you say that the salary was 3,000 yuan? Why is this 8,000 yuan? Yang Dehai was surprised, but he was much calmer than Mother Yang. Dad, didn't I say before? I have a very good talent in identifying jade. So Uncle Zhang gave me an extra 5,000 yuan as a bonus. Yang Ming explained, 5,000 yuan? This is a bonus? Yang Dehai had worked in the factory for most of his life. His monthly bonus was at most a few hundred yuan. It was hard to imagine that the bonus could be higher than the normal salary. In fact, this kind of thing was very common in enterprises, especially for a trading company like Zhang Jiefeng. Yang Ming understood this, so he said this. Yeah, Dad, don't be surprised. In many big enterprises, commission and bonus are higher than the salary. Yang Ming explained. Big Ming is right. Our community's big sister son's son is working in a foreign company. He can get 5,000 yuan a month. His basic salary is 2,000 yuan, but he can get 3,000 yuan commission. Mother Yang nodded. At that time, we were very envious of her son. I didn't expect my son to be so much better than him. So, Dad, Mom, think about it. Since I have a talent in jewelry, it would be a pity if I don't work in this industry. Now, many white-collar workers can't get my high salary. I don't want to lose this opportunity. Yang Ming said while the iron was hot. And I think what Big Ming said makes sense. Yang Dehai nodded. What was the most important thing in this era? Wasn't it money? What was the purpose of going to university? Wasn't it to have a good job and a good income in the future? Since Yang Ming had found a reliable job with a good income, how could he give it up so easily? Okay, as long as you two think it is feasible. Mother Yang actually agreed with Yang Ming's idea. Just like this, Yang Ming filled in the college application form without any objection from the family. After that, Yang Ming mentioned about going camping tomorrow. Yang's father and Mother Yang naturally agreed. However, they reminded Yang Ming to be careful. The next morning, Zhang Bin came to Yang Ming's house to pick him up. Because of the small accident yesterday, the Chrysler 300C was repainted by Yang Ming. Today, Zhang Bin drove his mother's Audi A4. Zhang Bin was a little showy for a man to drive a red A4, but he couldn't do anything about it. If Zhang Bin didn't call him, Yang Ming wouldn't have thought that this car was driven by Zhang Bin. It can't be. So showy, but I like it. Yang Ming used to like Audi a lot. When he saw this A4, his heart was itching. You can drive if you like it. Zhang Bin was looking for a scapegoat. He attracted a lot of attention just now. He couldn't help it. The red A4 was too eye-catching. Zhang Bin jumped down from the driver's seat. This was exactly what Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming got into the car and tried to get a feel for the car. He reversed the car and drove out of the neighborhood. You drove well. Zhang Bin complimented. Of course, Yang Ming said in his heart. Are you kidding me? My eyes are better than the fucking rearview mirror. It has a complete long-distance perspective function. I can see what is behind the car just by glancing behind. Yang Ming realized how useful his special ability was when he started driving. Not only could he see the road ahead, but he could also know if there was a traffic jam in front. When he reached Chen Mingyan's neighborhood, Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan. He told her yesterday that he would pick her up this morning to go to school together. Hello, how are you? I'm looking for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said into the phone. Yang Ming? Wait for a moment. The man on the phone said. And how did he know that my name is Yang Ming? The voice is familiar. Could it be that Chen Mingyan told her father my name? When Yang Ming was thinking, Chen Mingyan's voice came over. Yang Ming, wait for me. I'll be downstairs soon. After about 10 minutes, Chen Mingyan appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. Chen Mingyan wore a white shirt with a small black vest and a pair of light blue jeans. She looked very pure. Here, Yang Ming stuck his head out of the window and waved at Chen Mingyan. Are you sure? You're driving? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She looked at the red Audi A4 in surprise. At this time, Zhang Bin had taken the initiative to give the passenger seat to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan got in the car, and Yang Ming started the car. Zhang Bin's mother's car. I like Audi, so I'll test drive it. I didn't see it. Zhang Bin, you're really good at hiding. I didn't know that your family was so rich. Chen Mingyan smiled. She only heard Yang Ming mention Zhang Bin's family background after she saw the Chrysler 300C yesterday. Hee, the one who is really good at hiding is your family. Zhang Bin thought that Yang Ming was already worth millions. And Chen Mingyan was somewhat inexplicable. Nothing. He was talking about my exam results. Yang Ming didn't intend to tell Chen Mingyan that he was rich. He didn't want his relationship with Chen Mingyan to be mixed with money. Chapter 144. When Yang Ming and the rest arrived at the school, All the third-year students had already arrived at the field and were chatting about something. Wang Jitao and Chun Afu had two underlings, Bai Yun Tao and Inquan Tao. These two were known as the invincible duo Tao of third-year class 5. Although they were not in the same class as Wang Jitao, because their parents were working in the Wang family's Xiongfeng group, the two of them were followers of Wang Jitao since they were young. In fact, when they were in elementary school, Wang Jitao was also a playboy. He was known as the three overlords along with the two of them. However, after they grew up, they restrained themselves. Bai Yun Tao and Inquan Tao were considered as ruthless people like Li Dagong in school. However, facing a super ruthless person like Yang Ming, they did not dare to act rashly. Hence, they did not interact much with Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not know them either. Wang Jitao and his three followers were discussing how to teach Yang Ming a lesson. When they saw Yang Ming coming from afar, they immediately made a hand gesture to the three of them. They squeezed out a smile and waved to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, over here. Yang Ming had already seen Wang Jitao and the others, and he saw the topic they were talking about just now. He really didn't learn lip reading for nothing. Yang Ming secretly laughed. Let's see who will be the one playing the game. Wang Jitao, you are here so early. These two are. Yang Ming pointed at Inquan Tao and Bai Yun Tao. Oh, these two are my elementary school classmates. They are now in class 5. Come, let me introduce them. This is Inquan Tao, this is Bai Yun Tao. Wang Jitao then said to the two of them, this is my good buddy, Yang Ming. Good buddy? Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Why did you tell those two just now? Did you think I wouldn't know? Yang Ming glanced at Inquan Tao and Bai Yun Tao from the corner of his eyes. These two were obviously not good people as well. They were obviously birds of the same feather as Wang Jitao. Condoms? Condoms? Yang Ming deliberately exaggerated. 2 condoms? Nickname? Inquan Tao and Bai Yun Tao's expressions changed when they heard that, but they didn't dare to do anything. Firstly, it was because he really couldn't beat Yang Ming. Secondly, Wang Jitao wouldn't allow him to fall out with Yang Ming now. It's not condoms and condoms. It's Inquan Tao and Bai Yun Tao. Wang Jitao explained. Oh, I thought it was a nickname. This nickname is too wretched. Yang Ming said sarcastically. Who knows how they came up with a nickname? Wang Jitao agreed. Inquan Tao and Bai Yun Tao heard what Wang Jitao said. Although they were unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. Who asked their parents to work for him? After Wang Jitao graduated from university, he would be the general manager of Xiongfeng Group. At that time, he would have the power to decide the life and death of his parents. Moreover, they might have to work for Wang Jitao in the future. The two of them didn't dare to have any objections. And very unique. Yang Ming nodded. He was on good terms with Wang Jitao on the surface, but he didn't want to talk too much with him. Therefore, after giving a perfunctory reply, he started chatting with Zhang Bing. Since they were at school, Chun Mingyin couldn't be too close to Yang Ming. She started to chat with the girls who were closer to her. Why isn't the bus here yet? Chun Afu was impatient. After a while, a Mercedes-Benz bus came. Chun Afu immediately rushed over with a zong sound. He was ready to get on the bus first and grab a seat for Wang Jitao. In order to show his arrogance, Chun Afu knocked on the door and said impatiently, "Open the door." "Idiot, fuck your mom. This is the school bus. It is used to transport teachers. Your bus is behind." The driver stretched out his head and scolded him impatiently. This sentence made Chun Afu's face turn red. He wanted to show that he understood, but he didn't. Yang Ming shook his head after seeing this. Only people with this kind of IQ could work under Wang Jitao. This Chun Afu was like a fighter jet in a tiger. The last time he reported Yang Ming was because of his impulsive personality. Therefore, Yang Ming felt that Chun Afu could be used. If he was used well, he could disgust Wang Jitao. After a while, a few shabby buses came over. These were the buses that the students of each class were on. Thinking about it, what kind of good bus could one sit on when it was 20 yuan per person? It was equivalent to 10 yuan for a one-way trip. The price of a bus could only be taken by a bus. The funny thing was that Chun Afu thought that 20 yuan was enough to sit on Mercedes-Benz. It was a bit unrealistic. The bus was relatively large. Everyone who got on had a seat. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin sat together. Chen Mingyan and a girl named Zhao Cixi sat together. Zhao Cixi and Chun Mingyan usually had a good relationship. So, Chun Mingyan had to look at Yang Ming apologetically. She couldn't just leave Zhao Cixi alone. Zhao Cixi belonged to the kind of girl who wasn't very good-looking, but she was very delicate. If he found such a girl to be his wife, she could definitely be a good helper in the family, but Yang Ming didn't like this type. What do you think of Zhao Cixi? Zhang Bin suddenly asked Yang Ming. Zhao Cixi? Yang Ming was stunned. Do you like Zhao Cixi? No. Zhang Bin quickly denied. I just think that her and Chun Mingyan's personalities are so different. How did they become good friends? Who knows? Women can't understand the brotherhood between men. Men can't understand the sisterhood between women. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't take it seriously. Hey, this is a classic. Zhang Bin thought deeply. AI, right? Do you think Chen Afu likes Zhao Cixi? Yang Ming looked up at Chun Mingyan's direction and saw Chun Afu and Wang Jitao sitting behind them. Wang Jitao is harassing my wife. You didn't see it. AI, right? Why are you so concerned about Zhao Cixi? No, I just think that Chen Afu is too stupid. I feel annoyed when I see him. Zhang Bin laughed. West Star Mountain Reservoir is located in Litong County, northwest of Songjiang City. It is 137 kilometers away from the city. It is located in the historical Chong Yi Creek, so the reservoir area is also known as Chong Yi Lake. As early as the Tang Dynasty, Li Bai, Du Fu, Bai Zhi, and many other literati trekked thousands of miles to recite poems, sail boats, and sightsee. Since then, it has become a tourist attraction in Songjiang. In recent years, West Star Mountain Reservoir has become a good place for people to travel, relax, and fish. Every holiday and weekend, a large number of tourists and fishermen would come here to play and fish. It is not only the joy of enjoying the scenery, but also the fun of fishing. 2 hours later, they arrived at West Star Mountain Reservoir. After the teachers of each class and the class monitor counted the number of people, they began to assign rooms. The accommodation fee was collected on the spot. That is to say, you can choose to live in a standard room for 2 people, or you can choose to live in an 8-person room. Anyway, it is your own money. Zhang Bin directly took out 400 yuan and booked 2 standard rooms next to each other. Chun Mingyan didn't care because of her relationship with Yang Ming, but Zhao Cixi was a little embarrassed and insisted on giving Zhang Bin 100 yuan. Yang Ming felt that Zhang Bin was not right in the car. Now, seeing Zhang Bin's refusal, he was even more aware of something. Yes, Zhang Bin is indeed generous to his friends, but it is only limited to friends. For other people who are not related, it is a different matter. It can be said that Zhang Bin has the initial potential of a successful businessman. But today, 100 yuan was handed to him, but Zhang Bin still didn't want it. Yang Ming saw some clues, so he gave Chen Mingyan a look. Chen Mingyan was smart. After a little hesitation, she understood Yang Ming's meaning. She smiled and pulled Zhao Cixi's hand and said, "Cixi, don't be polite with them. You know my relationship with Yang Ming. You're my good friend, and Zhang Bin is Yang Ming's good friend. How can he want your money? Then, well, how about I treat you to something later?" Zhao Cixi hesitated. She was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of small things. Hee, let's talk about it later, Zhang Bin said with a smile. Let's go. Let's put the things away first. In fact, when they came out to play, the thing that they brought the most was delicious food. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin each carried a big bag into the room. Wang Jitao looked at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan together. He was angry, but his reason told him that it was best not to provoke Chen Mingyan in the near future. From Chen Mingyan's indifferent attitude in the car and her indirect questioning of him, Wang Jitao understood that the photo incident had been exposed. Chen Mingyan's impression of him also plummeted, but he was not reconciled. In terms of family background and talent, he was much better than Yang Ming. Why was Yang Ming so lucky? Sometimes, the reason for being jealous of a person was very simple. Wang Jitao was like this. Chapter 145. There was a dining room in a hotel. At noon, there was a buffet. It was 10 yuan per person. They could choose to eat or not. But because they had just arrived, everyone was unwilling to go out. So most people chose to eat the buffet here. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Chun Mingyan were some of these people. What do you want to eat? I'll go get it. Zhang Bin said to Zhao Cixi politely. No need. I'll go with Chun Mingyan. I won't trouble you. Zhao Cixi and Zhang Bin weren't very close, so she didn't want to trouble him. Zhao Cixi, this is your fault. Zhang Bin pulled Zhao Cixi to the side and said with a serious face. What do you mean? Zhao Cixi was somewhat inexplicable. If I don't trouble you, how is it my fault? Well, in fact, this is the case. You also know the relationship between Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan. You should let the two of them go get the food together. You alone are with Chun Mingyan. Isn't that a bit unkind? Wouldn't Yang Ming hate you behind your back? Zhang Bin said with conviction. Is that so? Zhao Cixi was a bit overwhelmed. Am I really in the way? Then what do you say? Let's leave. Give them some space. Don't be a light bulb. Zhang Bin pretended to be casual. He pulled Zhao Cixi's hand and walked quickly to the place where the food was placed. Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Zhang Bin's reason sounded really noble, but Yang Ming didn't understand. Why did Zhang Bin like Zhao Cixi? Why didn't I see it before? Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan took the plates and went to the other side to get the food. Chun Mingyan only picked up some vegetables, while Yang Ming picked up braised pork and fish. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of the staple food section. Yang Ming frowned because he heard Zhang Bin's voice. Help me carry the plate back. I'll go and take a look. Yang Ming said to Chun Mingyan. You want to go there? What are you doing? Don't cause trouble. Chun Mingyan was a little worried. Zhang Bin seems to be in trouble. I have to go. Yang Ming put the plate in his hand on the table. Then be careful. Don't get into trouble, Chun Mingyan instructed. She was not the kind of person who liked to interfere with others, but she was really worried about Yang Ming. Yang Ming walked over quickly and saw that Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi were surrounded by a few gangster-like people. What happened? Yang Ming asked a classmate who was watching the scene. It's like this. The classmate roughly described what happened. After Yang Ming heard it, he immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that Zhao Cixi wanted to eat the date cake, but there was only one piece left. The green-haired gangster next to her also wanted to eat the date cake. So when Zhang Bin just picked up the date cake, the green-haired gangster wanted to grab the date cake with a pair of tongs. As a result, Zhang Bin didn't want to do it and said, What are you doing? Is there a first come, first serve? When the green-haired gangster saw that Zhang Bin still dared to talk to him, he was immediately angry. He grabbed the date cake and scolded, You motherfucker, quickly let go. If it was a normal time, Zhang Bin might not be willing to get into trouble, but now Zhao Cixi was next to him. How could Zhang Bin lose his share? So he straightened his neck and held the date cake. Who are you scolding? Quickly let go. Do you believe that I will find someone to kill you? I'll find someone. The green-haired gangster laughed as if he heard a big joke. I didn't hear it wrong, right? You want to find someone to kill me? So what? If you know what's good for you, quickly let go. Although Zhang Bin was always with Yang Ming, after all, he was a student who hadn't seen much of the world. He didn't have Yang Ming's ruthlessness, so his momentum was weaker. The green-haired gangster didn't put Zhang Bin in his eyes. He used his strength, and the date cake came to his side. Zhang Bin quickly snatched it back, and the date cake fell to the ground. The green-haired gangster was angry. You want to die? As he said this, he took the clip and greeted Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin was now hot-headed. He wasn't afraid of anything. He wanted to fight to the death with the green-haired gangster, but Zhao Cixi was a little scared. She pulled Zhang Bin's clothes and said, Don't quarrel with him. We can't afford to offend them. Yo, you still have a little sister? She's quite pretty. How about it? Call me brother, and I will give you the date cake. The green-haired gangster said with a smile. Call your mom. Who are you? Another person rushed over, pointed at the green-haired gangster's nose, and scolded him. This tiger wasn't Yang Ming, because Yang Ming was destined not to be a tiger. Only Chen Afu was worthy of the term tiger. Tiger, This adjective was created for you. Yang Ming knew that there was something interesting to watch. It seemed that Zhang Bin was right. This Chen Afu was really interested in Zhao Cixi. Huh. The green-haired gangster looked at Chen Afu with interest. Who are you? Who didn't block his anus properly and let you come out? Brother, which gang are you in? Give me some face. Bai Yun Tao and In Quan Tao also walked over and asked with a loyal look. Chen Afu was Wang Ji Tao's underling. If his underling was in trouble, he couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, who would follow him in the future? Wang Ji Tao understood this logic, so he nodded and sent Bai Yun Tao and In Quan Tao to solve it. Give you some face? Or the both of you? The green-haired gangster was amused. Little brat, you don't know what to do after seeing how bad guys are trained. Don't use the school's tricks to embarrass yourself. Go where you're supposed to be. This has nothing to do with you. This is my brother. Bai Yun Tao pointed at Chen Afu and said, give us some face. Let's just forget about this. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Fuck, I gave you some face, but you don't want it. The green-haired gangster slapped him. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. You. And Xuan Tao's face changed. However, the three hooligans with the green-haired young man immediately surrounded them. Weren't you willing to help? The green-haired gangster said disdainfully, why don't you do it? Actually, even if Chen Afu didn't help, Yang Ming would have helped. But with Chen Afu, the tiger, joining in the fun, Yang Ming was happy to see him embarrass himself. After Bai Yun Tao was slapped, Yang Ming finally arrived. After all, it was his own brother who got into trouble. Yang Ming couldn't just ignore it. Obviously, these few students who only knew how to show off in school weren't a match for the gangsters in society. There was a reason why Yang Ming was so sure that he could defeat the four hooligans in front of him. It was because the green-haired gangster in front of him was the one who fought with Fong Tian in the detention center. Yang Ming didn't understand why he liked to fight with others for food. Was he a reincarnation of a hungry ghost? But this wasn't what Yang Ming was concerned about. Yang Ming just wanted to get rid of this guy quickly. Chen Mingyan was still waiting for him over there, and it seemed that Chen Mingyan didn't want him to cause trouble. Then, he would let this guy get away with it. Yang Ming was prepared to beat him up until he couldn't get up for 3 days. Yang Ming walked over and picked up the date cake from the ground. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The green-haired gangster was stunned. Zhang Bin was stunned. Chen Afu and Bai Yun Tao were stunned too. What is this Yang Ming doing? Because Yang Ming bent down to pick up the jujube cake, the green-haired gangster didn't see him clearly. While he was puzzled, he saw Yang Ming suddenly stand up and stuff the jujube cake that fell to the ground into his mouth. Your mom. The date cake was stuffed into his mouth before he could finish his sentence. At this time, the green-haired gangster finally saw Yang Ming's face clearly. Oh my God! The green-haired gangster was shocked. He was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. Why did this lunatic come here? The scene of Yang Ming beating up Yuxiangda was still vivid in the green-haired gangster's mind. This guy was simply trying to kill him. Thinking of this, the green-haired gangster couldn't help but shiver. Do you like to snatch food from others? Yang Ming looked at the green-haired gangster mockingly. I heard that dogs are most willing to do this. What is your relationship with them? Kid, you are looking for death. One of the gangsters who was with the green-haired gangster was about to go crazy. However, the other bald gangster who had entered the detention center with the green-haired gangster was also present. At this moment, he also recognized Yang Ming. He quickly stopped the two gangsters who didn't recognize Yang Ming and wanted to make a scene. Don't fight with Brother Yang. After the bald gangster finished, he turned around and said to Yang Ming, Brother Yang, why are you here? Can't I come here for a vacation? Can't I come here for a vacation? What does it have to do with you? Yang Ming retorted. Then he pointed to Zhang Bin and said, This is my buddy. He said that he wanted to find someone to kill you. Don't you believe him? Chapter 146. I believe. How can I not believe? The bald man nodded twice and said, Brother Yang, you are a ruthless person. If you want to kill us, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? You are a magnanimous person. Don't argue with us." The green-haired punk was also terrified. He didn't expect that the person Zhang Bin was looking for was actually Yang Ming. What kind of person was Yang Ming? He was a person who fought without any regard for his life. Indeed, the green-haired punk could usually scare the students and bully the old man. But when he encountered someone like Yang Ming, he was really a little scared. Yang Ming originally wanted to teach them a lesson, but after thinking about it, I seem to have promised Ming Yin not to cause trouble. "Forget it. I will let you go today." So he let go of the green-haired punk and waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Zhang Bin, Chen Afu, and Wang Jitao all looked at Yang Ming in surprise. They didn't expect that the four punks who were so arrogant just now were instantly dealt with by Yang Ming. Especially the leader, he was actually stuffed with a date cake by Yang Ming, and he didn't even dare to fart. Although Zhang Bin and Yang Ming had a good relationship, it was only after they entered high school. They didn't know each other in junior high school. Although he knew that Yang Ming's words were very effective in the group of delinquent students in school, he didn't know that Yang Ming also had a deterrent effect on the punks in society. Zhang Bin was very glad that he made a friend like Yang Ming. Now that he thought about it, if it wasn't for Yang Ming, he really wouldn't be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. Being slapped by the green-haired punk was light, but losing face in front of Zhao Cixi wasn't good. Wang Jitao was even more shocked. Last time, Zhang Yuliang's incident could be said to be a coincidence. But this time, these punks were obviously very afraid of Yang Ming. What did this mean? It meant that Yang Ming still had some status in the underworld. In fact, Wang Jitao was overthinking it. But it was no wonder that he would think so. After all, it was such a coincidence. Wang Jitao knew that he couldn't fight Yang Ming head-on, so if he wanted to deal with Yang Ming, he had to play some dirty tricks. But playing dirty, Wang Jitao thought of Chen Mingyin's father, Chen Fei. He was afraid that he would be arrested before he could do anything to Yang Ming. Wang Jitao had no choice but to bear with it for now. However, this did not prevent him from making things difficult for Yang Ming. "Although I can't do anything to you for the time being, I can play a little trick to annoy you." What Wang Jitao did not know was that Yang Ming had the same idea as him. If Yang Ming knew that Wang Jitao couldn't do anything to him, would he laugh? Maybe someone called Teacher Li. At this time, Teacher Li also rushed over. When she saw Yang Ming and Zhang Bin, she asked, "What happened? How did you get into a fight with an outsider?" "It's okay, Teacher Li. It's a misunderstanding," Yang Ming said faintly. "Yes, it was a murder case caused by a date cake. Chen Afu was the only one who was beaten, so he was a little upset." And Teacher Li was stunned. "What murder case?" Wang Jitao glared at Chen Afu and said, "Chen Afu was just joking. Teacher Li, it's really okay now. Those people are gone, thanks to Yang Ming, who convinced them in time." Wang Jitao was the class monitor, so his words were more convincing. Although Teacher Li didn't know how Yang Ming convinced them, she was only a teacher in name. The students had graduated, so she couldn't care too much. "Yang Ming, are you okay?" Chen Mingyin asked with concern. "Sister-in-law, your words are unfair. I'm the victim. Why didn't you ask me?" Zhang Bin said with a bitter smile. "I should have appeared a little later. You would have felt better if you were slapped by that green-haired guy." Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin with contempt. His meaning was obvious. "Do you still need Chen Mingyin's concern? Don't you have Zhao Cixi?" A few people chatted for a while. After lunch, they went to the reservoir together for a trip in the afternoon. The reservoir was a protected area, so they couldn't swim in the water. However, because the person in charge of the reservoir was Teacher Li's former student, an exception was made for everyone to fish in the water. The fish they caught could be eaten as dinner. In theory, the reservoir was privately contracted. Fishing was charged, and there was a special fishing area. Fishing in other places was not allowed. However, because of the relationship with Teacher Li, these students were not restricted. Of course, the premise was that the fish they caught couldn't be taken away. They could only be given to the reservoir restaurant to cook. If they caught too much, they had to put back the fish that couldn't be eaten. Yang Ming and the other three also took a fishing rod and found a place to fish. Fishing was a careful job. Many people lost their patience after fishing for a while. They sat on the grass beside the reservoir and played cards. Yang Ming, do you want to play cards? Wang Jitao came over and patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said, "Did you catch a fish?" "No, this fish is very smart. It's not that easy to get hooked." Yang Ming was also bored. When he saw Wang Jitao calling him, he immediately showed a happy expression. "What do you want to play? Do Diju, Jack, or Dongbei Tractor? Anything is fine." Wang Jitao said, "Do you want to play? Okay, then let's play for a while." Yang Ming wasn't interested in playing cards, but how could he let Wang Jitao down? So, he pretended to be very interested. "Let's play Jack. It's faster," Wang Jitao suggested. "Okay, how do we win poker?" asked Yang Ming. "Whatever. Winning anything is fine." "Anyway, it's just playing," Wang Jitao said. So, Wang Jitao found a deck of poker cards. He called by Yun Tao, Wang Jitao, and Chen Afu. 5 people played. Jack's full name was Blackjack. It was also called Blackjack. It was a very common poker game. The gameplay was very simple. A few people took turns to take the cards. Whoever's cards were closest to Blackjack, or equal to Blackjack, would win. If it was more than Blackjack, it would explode. A real black hero would have a dealer, but Yang Ming and the others ignored the dealer in their little game. Yang Ming knew Wang Jitao's idea before, so he started to take the cards silently. The first 2 rounds were actually won by Yang Ming. Wang Jitao and the others either exploded or didn't dare to continue to take cards because their cards were too small. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, Yang Ming saw the cards of the 4 people clearly. Wang Jitao took 2 tens. This was considered a big shot, but he continued to take cards. Of course, he wasn't lucky enough to get an A, so he exploded. Bai Yuntao was the same. He obviously took an 8 and a 3, but he didn't dare to continue to take cards. How could Yang Ming not see through such an obvious act? He just didn't say it out loud. Boring. And Quan Tao threw the cards on the floor and said, "We lost again." "Yeah, Yang Ming's luck is too good." Chen Afu quickly said, "Why don't we play something with a bonus? This way, we can play a little more passionately with each other." "That's right. I agree. What do you guys think?" And Quan Tao casually agreed. "I think it's okay, too." Class monitor, Yang Ming, what do you think? Bai Yuntao also expressed his own opinion. "This isn't too good, right?" Yang Ming deliberately said weakly, "Aren't we gambling? It shouldn't matter, right? We are all adults." Wang Jitao deliberately hesitated and said, "I think it's okay if we don't play too big." "Yeah, Yang Ming, the class monitor has spoken. You should at least give him some face, right?" Chun Afu said, "Are you afraid of losing money? If that's the case, then okay. How big should we play?" Yang Ming pretended to be troubled and nodded reluctantly. "1 piece at a time, no cap. How about it?" And Quan Tao said, "1 piece." Yang Ming thought, "Damn, can't you say more?" But he still nodded nervously. "Okay." Seeing that Yang Ming agreed, Wang Jitao and the 3 people were happy. Which man can't gamble? Since you started, I'm not afraid that you won't play big later." After playing a few rounds, Yang Ming understood the intention of Wang Jitao and the other 2 people. They haven't started yet. They're still setting a trap for me. Yang Ming won a few more rounds. After a while, he earned more than 30 yuan. After Chun Afu exploded, he threw away his cards and complained, "This 1 piece is too boring. I can't even get interested." "Then how big do you think we should play?" Bai Yun Tao continued. "How about 10 yuan? What do you think?" Chun Afu suggested. The current situation was obviously Yang Ming's family winning money. So, Chun Afu wasn't afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't agree. When gambling, who wouldn't want to win more money after winning? Unfortunately, the person in front of him was Yang Ming. Chapter 147. Let me taste the sweetness, then give me a fatal blow. Yang Ming saw that they were increasing like this. He didn't know how long it would take to reach 100 yuan. He simply said boldly, 10 yuan is too little. How about 100 yuan? Wang Jitao and the others were stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words, but then they were delighted. It seemed that this guy had won too much. He thought that the god of fortune had arrived today. After winning a few rounds, he didn't know what was going on. However, this was exactly what Wang Jitao wanted. He originally wanted to increase it to 100 yuan after a few more rounds. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say it first. Okay, we will do as you say. 100 is 100. Chen Afu was afraid that Yang Ming would regret, so he said quickly. But after he finished speaking, he felt that it wasn't right. How could he represent the others? So he asked hypocritically, "Class monitor, you guys have no problem, right? I don't mind. Since everyone is in a good mood, then let's play to our heart's content." Wang Jitao smiled and nodded. "Yang Ming, what are you doing?" Chun Mingyin and Zhao Cixi fished for a long time, but they didn't have any harvest, so they didn't plan to fish anymore. Zhang Bin was also very bored, so the three of them came to find Yang Ming together. Chun Mingyin saw a stack of banknotes in front of Yang Ming. She was a little unhappy. "Are you guys gambling?" "Just playing." Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. After all, good girls didn't like men who liked to gamble. Especially the man she loved, she didn't want him to be tainted with gambling habits. So Chen Mingyin was unhappy. "You can't win money if you play," Chen Mingyin said with concern. "Teacher Li is over there." "Wang Jitao, you are the class monitor. How can you lead the gambling?" "Chen Mingyin, it's rare for everyone to come out and play together. We are all very happy. It's normal to play some cards and have some fun." Wang Jitao was afraid that Chen Mingyin would ruin his good thing, so he quickly persuaded, "Everyone has finished the university entrance exam. It's normal to relax occasionally. Yeah, everyone's happiness is better than anything else, and we are willing to do it." Chen Afu also said. Chen Mingyin looked at Yang Ming. She hesitated, but she didn't say anything in the end. As a woman, Chen Mingyin knew that a man's face was very important. She didn't want to make Yang Ming lose face, so she decided to wait for Yang Ming to finish playing for a while. Then she would talk to him about the harm of gambling. Now she could only remind him in a low voice, "Just play for a while. If you lose, don't play anymore." "I know. You can rest assured." Yang Ming smiled. "I am winning. How can I lose?" Yang Ming deliberately said this to let Wang Jitao think that he had been blinded by the excitement of winning money. Wang Jitao could hear it, so could Chen Mingyin. She couldn't help but frown slightly and sigh. Jack won and lost very quickly. The outcome could be decided in an instant. In order to make Yang Ming even more crazy, Wang Jitao didn't hesitate to lose a few hundred yuan. Although Yang Ming had been winning money, Yang Ming's technique and judgment were obviously very poor. He was like a rookie who didn't play cards often. In fact, Yang Ming was indeed a rookie. He didn't have to deliberately pretend. Yang Ming could control the overall situation because he was very clear about the other people's cards and the cards on the table. Wang Jitao and Chun Afu had already made an agreement. Whoever got a blackjack would give the others a look. Then, the others would fan the flames and keep increasing the stakes to achieve the purpose of trapping Yang Ming. But how could Yang Ming be so easy to trick? Not to mention that he knew the game like the back of his hand. Yang Ming also knew their thoughts before. Therefore, when Yang Ming saw that they had good cards and he didn't have any, he gave up. When there were similar cards, he would follow a few more rounds. This went back and forth for many rounds. Yang Ming won and lost small amounts of money. Wang Jitao was very anxious. Why didn't Yang Ming follow when he got similar cards? He didn't have any good cards, but Yang Ming bet. It made him very anxious, but he couldn't do anything. Finally, the opportunity that Yang Ming had been waiting for appeared. Wang Jitao also felt that this was his opportunity. It was just that his luck wasn't as good as Yang Ming's. Wang Jitao got a 10 of hearts and an ace of diamonds, while Yang Ming got a 10 of clubs and an ace of clubs. Yang Ming was slightly better, but Wang Jitao didn't know. Wang Jitao signaled to Chen Afu and Enquantao with his eyes. Yang Ming pretended to be a noob and weakly threw in 100 yuan. "Yang Ming, do you still want cards?" When it was Yang Ming's turn, Wang Jitao asked, "I want another one." Yang Ming shook his head. "Forget it, I don't want it." That's it. Hearing Yang Ming say so, Wang Jitao was relieved. He naturally thought that Yang Ming had gotten 2 decent cards. He wanted to continue, but was afraid that he would lose. I'll add 500 yuan. Chun Afu suddenly threw 500 yuan on the floor. Wang Jitao frowned. You just added 500 yuan. Wouldn't you scare Yang Ming away? He cursed in his heart. Why is this Chun Afu so stubborn? He wants to work in my family's company after graduation. What kind of position can he arrange? This is a difficult problem. 500 yuan? Sure enough, Yang Ming was stunned. He thought to himself, this kid is really willing. However, Yang Ming saw their nervous faces and deliberately wanted to whet their appetite. Yang Ming, are you going to follow? And Quantao couldn't help but ask. Oh my God, I saw the wrong cards. Chun Afu suddenly showed a regretful look. He was stared by Wang Jitao just now. He regretted his impulsiveness, so he quickly made up for it. Sure enough, Yang Ming heard Chun Afu's words, and his eyes lit up. He clenched his teeth and followed with 500 yuan. Chun Mingyan originally wanted to stop Yang Ming, but it was too late. Yang Ming had already thrown the money over. I'll add another 1,000. And Quantao pretended to see Chun Afu's bad look. He wanted to beat a dog when it was down. I'll follow. Bai Yuntao also threw in 1,000 yuan. I don't care. Since everyone is so excited, let's play. Wang Jitao pretended to be relaxed and said, Yang Ming, what about you? Yang Ming thought, of course I'll follow you. However, he pretended to be hesitant. Yang Ming, don't follow. Isn't this going too far? Chun Mingyan dissuaded him uneasily. I'll follow. Yang Ming thought, Little Mingyan, I can only let you be angry first. I'll explain to you later. Wang Jitao thought that Yang Ming decided to follow because he couldn't stand Chun Mingyan's provocation. He was very proud, but he said, Yang Ming, you have to consider carefully. I also think that this is going too far, but everyone is in the mood. I can't say anything. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. You can't say anything? This is your idea. What else do you have to say? Chun Mingyan saw that Yang Ming didn't listen. She was unhappy and frowned. Zhangbin quickly whispered, Sister-in-law, Yang Ming isn't a gambler. He definitely has his reasons. Zhangbin's understanding of Yang Ming was much better than Chun Mingyan. Zhangbin was very clear about what kind of person Yang Ming was. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who cared about petty profits, and he wasn't the kind of person who would be hot-headed for money. It could be seen when Yang Ming gambled on Jade in Tengchong. He won Jade on his first try. Logically, if it were someone else, they might continue to gamble day and night. However, Yang Ming didn't seem to care about it. Including the second Jade gambling, Yang Ming controlled the quantity very well. He stopped when it was appropriate and didn't gamble blindly. Therefore, even if you beat Zhangbin to death, he wouldn't believe that Yang Ming would lose his mind for a few thousand yuan. Wang Jitao and Yang Ming didn't get along well. Zhangbin also knew, so he also vaguely guessed that Wang Jitao and a few of them seemed to be suspected of cheating Yang Ming. He felt that it was impossible for Yang Ming not to see it, so Yang Ming must have a reason for doing this. Chun Mingyan listened to Zhang Bin's words. The association knew about Yang Ming's usual character. She felt that Yang Ming wasn't an impulsive person, but she still felt uneasy. She also knew Yang Ming's family background. Chun Mingyan was very clear about what a few thousand yuan meant to Yang Ming. Therefore, she didn't want Yang Ming to ruin the money. However, Yang Ming seemed to be crazy. The number of bets had risen to 5,000 in an instant. No one opened their cards, and no one gave up. Everyone was putting in more bets. Seeing that the bets were almost over 10,000 yuan, Chun Mingyan couldn't sit still. She pulled Yang Ming's clothes. Do you have so much money? Because the bets had increased, it was impossible to bet cash. No one could have so much money on them, so they added bets in the form of bookkeeping. Right now, the total bets of the entire gambling game had reached more than 50,000 yuan. Chapter 148. It's already more than 50,000 yuan. It should be enough, right? After Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyin's words, he also felt that it was better to stop this matter when it was appropriate. He didn't want to arouse Wang Jitao's vigilance and cause him to act in desperation. Wang Jitao thought that after Chen Mingyin's reminder, Yang Ming's enthusiasm had cooled down. He said regretfully, "All right, then let's reveal our cards. I'm sorry, everyone. Thank you for letting us win." Wang Jitao showed the cards in his hand. Chun Afu and Bai Yuntao looked at them and folded. "Damn, this works too. I thought you didn't have any good cards." "Damn, you're pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. My 3 cards are exactly 21 points, but I didn't beat you." And Quan Tao also put down his cards unhappily. "Yang Ming, why aren't you revealing your cards?" Chen Afu saw that Yang Ming didn't dare to reveal his cards. He thought that he couldn't afford to lose, so he said sarcastically, "You're a real man. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Why are you hesitating?" "That's right. You should be more responsible." And Quan Tao also agreed. I'm sorry. It seems that my cards are the biggest." Yang Ming revealed the cards in his hand. It was an identical 21 points. "Damn." Chen Afu was shocked. "You have such a big card? Are you playing with us?" Wang Jitao frowned. This Chun Afu didn't use his brain before speaking. What did he mean by playing with us? "You said us, and you said that everyone colluded to make deductions." I couldn't tell. The one who is the best at pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is actually you, Yang Ming. When Wang Jitao said this, his heart was bleeding. Out of the 50,000 yuan, apart from the 10,000 yuan that Yang Ming bet, he had to pay for the remaining 40,000 yuan. Although his family was rich, he didn't have a lot of pocket money. The 40,000 yuan was his pocket money for a summer vacation, and he just gave it away like that. "Yang Ming, you're wrong. You have such a good card. Why were you hesitating at the beginning?" And Quan Tao tried to regain some face. "I don't really play blackjack. At first, I thought that an ace was a 1, so my hand was an 11. It was very small. I only realized it later." What Yang Ming said seemed to be very reasonable. Many people who just started playing cards would make this mistake. Then why were you so hesitant? You really know how to act. Your card is so big. What are you still worried about? Chen Afu also said with dissatisfaction. Wang Jitao's, "If there's a spade flush with spades, then wouldn't it?" Yang Ming said is. Wang Jitao sweated. What Yang Ming said makes sense, but isn't he being too careful? However, there was no other way. Wang Jitao had to suffer a loss and said, "I don't have much cash on hand now. You can take the money on the ground. We will give you the rest later." Yang Ming didn't care about the 50,000 yuan. His purpose was to make Wang Jitao unhappy. So, he waved his hand and said, "No problem. Don't worry." Wang Jitao knew that if he continued to stay, it would only make things more awkward. So, he left with his underlings. "Yang Ming, what happened?" After Wang Jitao left, Chen Mingyin sighed and asked coldly, "Why did you learn to gamble? Don't you know that this habit harms others and yourself?" Zhang Bin saw the situation in front of him. He quickly pulled Zhao Cixi and signaled for her to leave with him. "What are you doing?" Zhao Cixi was dissatisfied with Zhang Bin touching her. She whispered, "Didn't you see that the couple had something to talk about? What are we doing here?" Zhang Bin said. Zhao Cixi looked at Chen Mingyin and Yang Ming. She felt that Zhang Bin was right, so she went to the side with Zhang Bin. "Can't you see? It's obvious that Wang Jitao and that group of people are making deductions. They're going to cheat me." Yang Ming said faintly, "Mingyin, don't you know me? To be honest, I was in junior high school for 2 years. What haven't I seen? If I wanted to be addicted to gambling, I would have been addicted a long time ago. I don't need to wait until now." Chen Mingyin listened to Yang Ming's explanation. She was slightly relieved. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be addicted to gambling. She wasn't stupid. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation and the attitude of Wang Jitao and the others, it wasn't difficult to guess what was going on. But she still reminded Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, I also understand the conflict between you and Wang Jitao." Chen Mingyan blushed. After all, the reason was too obvious. It was because of her. "But if you do this, aren't you intensifying the seriousness of the conflict between you two?" Chen Mingyin continued. Wang Jitao will also go to Songjiang Industry University in the future. We're all classmates. It's not good to have such a tense relationship, right? Look at him. He's always thinking about harming me. For example, this time, did I provoke him first? Yang Ming didn't want Wang Jitao to let him go at all. But he didn't want to let Wang Jitao go. How could Yang Ming let this guy go when he made him so embarrassed before? He won't do it in the future, right? Chen Mingyan whispered. He also knows that you and I are now. It doesn't make sense for him to do this. Hee, what's going on between you and me now? Yang Ming knew what Chen Mingyan meant, but he still asked deliberately. Stop it. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? I'm with you. Wang Jitao has no chance. Why would he bother you? Chen Mingyan said. Well, if he doesn't take the initiative to provoke me, then forget it. Yang Ming thought, is it possible that Wang Jitao won't provoke me? The answer is no, so I can't be counted as not keeping my word. Yes, the contradiction between men can't be understood by women. Sometimes, it's just a matter of face. Now, Wang Jitao thought that he lost face. Why can Yang Ming get the beauty, but my condition is much better than Yang Ming's, but not as good as him? And Chen Mingyan also understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words, but she felt that after going to university, she could watch Yang Ming every day to avoid some things from happening. Mingyan, let's walk around nearby. Yang Ming picked up the money on the ground and suggested. Okay. Chen Mingyan happily agreed to Yang Ming's request. If it was before the misunderstanding, Chen Mingyan might still hesitate. But now, Chen Mingyan had untied the knot in her heart and was ready to be with Yang Ming wholeheartedly, so she let go. The two people walked on the edge of the reservoir, feeling the burst of cool wind. There was a very comfortable feeling. The wind blew Chen Mingyan's long hair, and it also blew her heart. Every time Chen Mingyan was close to Yang Ming, she felt her heart beat very fast. She didn't know about Yang Ming, but she enjoyed this feeling. Especially when Yang Ming held her hand, this feeling became stronger. Yang Ming wanted to hold Chen Mingyan's hand now, but when he touched Chen Mingyan still refused. After all, Teacher Li was not far away. Chen Mingyan had always had the image of a good student. She didn't want Teacher Li to see it. Chen Mingyan was still shy since she hadn't officially entered university yet. Yang Ming also thought of the conflict, so he whispered, Mingyan, if Teacher Li knows that we are together, will she be happy? How would I know? Chen Mingyan blushed and shook her head. Probably she will feel sorry. I am a bad student, and you are the study committee member. Yang Ming deliberately sighed. Who said that you are a bad student? Okay, don't think so much. As Chen Mingyan said this, she took the initiative to hold Yang Ming's hand. Her pair of beautiful eyes glanced at him as if to say, Are you satisfied now? I haven't finished my words yet. I am a bad student, and you are the study committee member. That was in the past. Later, I was one of the top few in the school year. I was admitted to university and won glory for Teacher Li. How could she still think of me as a bad student? Yang Ming saw that his plan of playing the pity card worked. He was happy to pinch Chen Mingyan's little hand. You are so annoying. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Chen Mingyan shook her hand symbolically. She seemed to want to shake off Yang Ming's hand. In fact, her hand was firmly holding Yang Ming's hand. Yang Ming smiled. Suddenly, he pointed not far ahead and said, Mingyan, look over there. It's Xiao Cici and Zhang Bin. How did the two of them? Chen Mingyan also widened her eyes. She said embarrassedly, the two of them are together? It was no wonder that Chen Mingyan was embarrassed. At this moment, Zhang Bin's hand was on Xiao Cici's body. Yang Ming also widened his eyes. Isn't this kid too invincible? He got it done so quickly. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.